Okay, welcome everybody to Lufia 2, Rise of the Sinistrals. Now, before we do go into the game, I want to mention a few things right in advance. First of all, for the first 10 minutes of the run, I'm barely going to be able to talk because I'm going to have to completely manipulate just about everything. I've got Mitchie with me on the commentary for that. There are still a few donation incentives for later on in the run. Just to give a bit of an idea, the Dragon Egg Hunt we're closing off about, I want to say 3.5 hours in, roughly. Might be a bit more, but give or take a bit. The Crystal one we're closing off at the very end,
very end.
2 minutes before the end.
Yeah.
And the Egg Dragon Quick Kill about half an hour before the end. So
and
that's
Capsule Monsters.
And the Capsule Monsters is when we're starting to pick them up as I get the last one. Anyway, are we guys ready to get started? Guys, can I get a countdown?
3, 2, 1, go!
Good luck, man. Alright, so this is Lufia 2, Rise of Sinistrals. This is the second game in the Lufia series. In total there are 4 games and a remake of this game. It's like a real remake, not a remaster, a complete remake.
It's quite something.
Yeah,
we do not talk of this usually.
Not everybody likes that game. I've not played it personally. The music is amazing though. I will keep it at that. Anyway, Crrool won't be talking a lot because there's actually a lot going on right now. Basically, the first 10 minutes, first 15 minutes of the game, he needs to do every step, basically every step, perfect. All the NPCs, so also the townspeople, all the monsters, bots, most of the things have RNG. If he messes up anywhere, and that would put him on a different RNG seed, which is a really big problem because he needs specific items from a couple of the early game bosses to mostly financial and safety for later on into the run.
Not to mention, a lot of those bosses are also very, very dangerous to fight to begin with. So even though this might seem like a less safe way to go at it, because I basically have to play the first 10 minutes perfectly, it actually becomes a significantly safer run as a result.
Yeah, and not to mention a lot faster, because if you would play this without RNG manipulation, it's about 40 minutes slower.
Yeah. For the 98% category specifically, we would lose about 30-ish minutes roughly. For a regular no major glitches run, we would have it would lose about 5 to 10 minutes, I want to say.
So yeah, especially for this category, it's very, very important that he nails the start completely. So he basically knows where all the monsters are gonna move in this area. So for example, this lizard, he took 1 step to the left. And he knows how much damage he's gonna deal on the enemies. So the lizard, he dealt 10 damage. This jelly is 7 damage. And later on, he will, like I said, manipulate specific drops. This game plays like a standard RPG, but it has a lot of puzzle elements to it. So for example, this is one of the puzzles. This is really simple, this tutorial cave. He picks up the pot and he drops it on the switch, and that opens up the wall, and then he picks up the next spot and drops it on the switch and opens up the door. Well, that was the entire tutorial cave. Now he goes back to the town. Here on the world map, it is actually really important that he waits a little while and then starts moving. If he doesn't wait there, the RNG is different and everything is messed up.
Yeah, there's a little area that's right here where you can actually mess up a little bit, and it's generally salvageable. But for the majority of it, that's just not an option.
Yeah.
This is just a cutscene. I can just mash here, so I actually have a bit more chance to talk, because this doesn't have to be perfect. Basically, we meet up with Tia again. She's made us this very special meal, the ghost fish, the Navarroa, which, well, it tastes horrible. And, you know, it's she agrees with us, luckily, that it's pretty bad. But, you know, with some lemon, it's not absolutely horrible, I guess. So, you know, at least it brought them a cheerful evening. It's all good, really. She asked us why we're always fighting, and we don't really know. We've always been in combat, and it's the only way we know. But, you know, without further ado, we're going to move out, and some trouble arises. This is actually text I have to mash away perfectly.
Yeah.
Luckily, in Lufia 2, there is a very easy way to do that, because once the text box has started, I can just hold A to buffer a perfect closing of the text box. There's still NPCs off-screen that can still move otherwise.
So on this screen, about 3 tiles from the cave that you can see there, he will get a double jelly encounter, which he got. So he is still on the step manipulation. Movement in this area is very important.
Yeah, this is a cave where you can very easily kill the RNG minute.
Yeah.
A few rooms don't matter, or don't matter as much, but most of them do.
Oh, dankjewel. Kan je flesje pakken?
So normally I'd hold L and left in order to get a quicker kill there, but because my controller had been acting up a little bit in practice earlier, I'm just gonna take it slow. And this room matters a lot. Like, everything in these rooms has to be done perfectly, or I will be off the step manip. And from here on, it's not salvageable.
He dodges these tiles. These tiles are healing tiles, so they heal health, magic, and a safe tile. This fight is also manipulated. It might look like he is almost dying, but he knows he will do 58 and 44 48 and 44 damage, excuse me. We get a key, and this is where my big girlfriend shows up.
Oh boy, we have got some history with this girl.
Yes.
So this is Iris. This is the first time we're going to meet her. We'll explain why this name triggers us as much as it does somewhere over the course of the next couple of hours. Basically, she tells us of a red light that has been passing over, which has been causing all these monsters to act up. She also tells us that it's our job to stop these monsters, and that we're one of the few who has the ability to confront this evil. We're not alone, though, so she tells us to go onto a journey and to find the other people and to save the world, basically. She also tells us her name is Iris, and that if we do go, we may meet her again.
Which we certainly will.
Definitely.
So he teleports out, goes back in, and then basically walks through the cave and takes the back exit. So on this screen, it's actually important that he didn't wait that half a second that he did earlier. Also for RNG manipulation. Now it looks like the character is stuck there for a while. He is, but it's important that he basically frame perfect moves in here. This is shopping sequence, and he goes back out. Also frame perfect out, very important. And here you need to wait again. So you see, you need to wait a little bit, you need to wait a little bit, and then you need to keep moving, and then you need to wait a little bit again.
Yeah, so these bridge pieces are a pain.
Yeah.
I need to take single steps every single time, otherwise the moth will be different and I would encounter him. This is the scariest dungeon in terms of the manipulation, but if we can get through this dungeon, we're done RNG manipulating for a little while at least.
Yeah. So now the eagle comes up to him. Yeah. And this is a really important part.
103 and an eagle rock drop. This is a 2% drop that we need to increase agility.
Yeah. Without this drop, without the eagle rock, he won't be able to kill the boss in this place at all. Just because we're so under-leveled, so under-geared.
This room doesn't matter, so those few missteps there don't matter.
Yeah.
It's one of the few rooms that or I believe the only room pretty much in this cave that doesn't matter.
Here he needs to reset. And then he walks out.
Okay, so now comes another scary part.
Yeah.
Need to use exactly one potion, 2 would kill the manipulation.
Yeah, this manipulation, I tried a couple of hours to learn it, and I could learn it basically up to this point, and it is really, really complex.
71, perfect.
And now he uses the second potion.
I need to reset in this room before I pick anything up. This room has a lot of leeway as well, so this is one of the other easy rooms.
No. As long as you don't walk into the frog that is right up here when he walks up the stairs. Don't walk into the frog and you're good, basically.
Okay, if we get this, we should deal 49, 51, 53, and 47 damage respectively, and kill him with exactly 200 damage. We will also, on top of that, get a 1 in 8 Catfish Jewel drop, and that's the main thing we need to manipulate here. That Catfish Jewel saves a lot of time later on.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. 49, he deals 18.
So, I didn't explain, we have a little while right now, I didn't explain the 3 bars you see right there. So the top bar is his HP, so his hit points, his health, that you know from basically every other game. His second bar is his MP bar. Right now he doesn't have any MP, although he has a maximum MP. He just never went to the inn or bought a magic restore potion, or he got a Catfish Jewel, that's very good. And then the third bar, that is his IP bar. If you know Final Fantasy, it's basically his, whenever you take damage, that IP bar loads up. It charges up.
Okay, this is the hard part of the game done, by the way. That's the hardest 10 minutes of the run, so we got through
that's nice.
We got through the worst part. I also forgot a chest, but that's fine. I can pick it up later.
Yeah, most weapons and armors and rings, shields, etc., they have a special ability on them. So, for example, the Catfish Jewel or the Eagle Rock that he got, they have special abilities on them. For example, a sword he buys in the next town or town after, I'm not entirely sure, has a lightning attack on it. So it's really important that that you use your IP bar really well.
Okay, so now that I actually have a chance to talk a bit, because, you know, it's, like I said, the first 10 minutes of the run are just absolutely daunting every single time. But basically in this cave, we're going to meet up with Tia again, and, she tells us that she was scared that we were going to leave her, but, of course we weren't, but, we actually are, so she decides to join us, and now we have a second party member, which is going to make things a little bit easier on us as well. We're just gonna leave the cave, and as we head towards the next town, I figure I should finally explain what 98% actually is, because I don't think we've actually come around to doing so. So basically this game has a couple of categories, one of which is the 100% category. You might already be wondering, but wait, this isn't 100%, is it? No, it's not. Basically, in 100%, your goal is to collect every single item in the game. You need to finish the world's most difficult trick, which is the hardest puzzle in the game. You need to
kill the super boss.
Kill both of the super bosses in the game, which are both optional. Collect every single capture monster and evolve them to the final version, as well as beat the ancient cave at least once. 98% is all of that except for the ancient cave. Now, the reason we opt for this specifically for a marathon setting is the ancient cave is about 2 hours of a lot of RNG, and it's just not you cannot manipulate it, and it's actually really difficult to first make it to the 90 I can't pronounce it. To the ancient cave and
to the last floor.
Yeah, to the 99th floor, and then to actually beat the boss is
kill the boss.
Just another really difficult thing. The reason we call it 98% is because by beating the cave, you would normally get 3 chests out of 164 in total. So, that's roughly 2%. Those are the 3 chests and the 2% that we are not going to be getting during this run. Everything else is something we'll collect. So we'll collect every single chest, every single capsule monster, we'll beat every single boss, and so on and so forth. I should mention, by the way, we just entered the Elun's castle, and a couple of thieves came in. Well, they disguised themselves as soldiers, and they told the crown was a fake in an attempt to steal them.
They almost
and
got away with
They
it.
almost got away with it. They throw a bomb, but it explodes in their face, and then they run out. They walk back in. They pick up the crown, still run out, and the soldiers are just standing there. So you know, we've this castle has got great soldiers, obviously.
So in a casual run, you know, you would talk to the king, and the king would say, "Oh no, they've ran to the basement. Please help us out."
Yeah,
We
basically.
just go into the basement.
Yeah, basically the way it works, like the king asks you to help with finding the crown. If you were to walk out of town, the guard at the gate would tell you, but they never passed here. So
Oh, I never knew that.
it's actually that's how you have to figure out that it's actually in the basement.
Okay.
So they try to escape through the sewers, which you know, no big deal. We'll just go through here real quick. Back when we used to fully RNG manipulate the run, we used to actually have to do this entire cave perfectly, or you'd mess up the manipulation. Nowadays, it's not nearly as tight anymore because of the save flash manip, so I can't afford to make a mistake. The only thing I'm going to be looking out for is I need to pick up every single chest. However, there's one I cannot obtain yet, and there's one that I'm not going to get yet. I will get it, but I'll get it significantly later in the run.
Yeah.
The basic idea is later on, I need to collect Dragon Eggs, which can enter any chests that has been opened before. The idea is that we're going to collect every single chest that is somewhat easy to obtain, to, you know, hopefully get it in as favorable a position as we can. This one we can't open yet because we don't have the hookshot just yet. That's a tool we'll unlock later on in the run.
Yeah. Yeah, about like halfway through the game, a little before that.
Nah,
I
hookshot
think.
is fairly early, and we'll get the chest about halfway through. The hookshot is about like an hour and a half in,
Oh,
roughly.
okay. That's still really, yeah, that's really early.
It's fairly early. So we'll go through here. There's a couple hidden chests as well, but in this cave it's all still pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
I only bought one escape because I can pick up a second one here, no problem. And we'll go through the door here. Now, next up is probably my favorite puzzle. This is one of those puzzles that it always shows you how well you can still play the game, because the movement in this puzzle is incredibly tight. It's always whenever I'm derusting this game, you know, if I haven't played it in a while, this is always the puzzle that tells me how rusty I am. Luckily, it's going pretty smoothly so far. Yeah, this was really smooth.
Yeah, there's about 2 steps extra, maybe.
Yeah, that's more
That's-
than good enough. That's
Yeah.
very acceptable. We pick up the coat, which is just hidden over there.
So this is the first color puzzle, and it's definitely not the last. And
Yeah,
they will
this
get
is-
a lot more difficult as well.
It's the first little bit more difficult puzzle in the game.
This is a nice trick. So
Yeah.
instead of shoving the other tile on the switch as well, he just stands on the tile and then resets. And
Yeah,
that's
It causes the game to think that
Yeah.
because there was something on there as the room got reset, the button had to be pressed. It does it in order to prevent soft locks, which would be able to occur technically if you'd not be able to do that. So as such, it actually is kind of helpful. It's kind of a glitch, but also kind of not, because, you know, it's kind of intended. But we use that to save a little bit of time. It's one of the minor glitches in the game, so to speak. So this is the first of the Dragon Eggs. There's a total of 8 Dragon Eggs spread across the world. We need to collect all 8 4 times. And there is a glitched 5th set, which is a donation incentive. So, you know, if you guys want to see that, feel free to donate for it.
yeah.
And we'll collect the 5th set as well. These items can spawn anywhere in the world map, in any chest that has been opened, except for the first set, which is always in a set location. So
Ooh, 30.
This is not good. 3 30s. Okay, we got the
Okay.
Crrool. If a kobold spawns in the back row, it's actually a damage range. If you get 2 rolls of 30 or 31, they will not die. And that will lose a little bit of time. Luckily, no big deal here. We got them all pretty quickly.
By the way, I didn't explain that yet, but you can basically shoot arrows and later shoot the hook shield into enemies to stun them for, I believe, 6 steps. Yeah. The way the enemies move, which I didn't explain yet either, enemies only take a step after you take a step, which means that some enemies will always move towards you whenever you're an X amount of tiles within their reach. Some enemies, for example these bats, will try to move alongside with you. So if you move down, they try to move down with you as well. Some enemies take 2 steps whenever you take 1 step. Some enemies will always walk horizontally and only move vertically when you're vertically or like alongside them. And so they're like a bunch of different, what do you call it? Different movements.
Different movement patterns that enemies can have. We opt to go for the nothing here. That actually gives the most amount of money. You can say money there, which gets you a little bit less, but also is less text. But because of the 100% require or the 98% requirement, if I end up making a mistake later, having that extra 1,000 can add a little bit of safety and make things a little bit easier on me. Buy 2 mini shields there, 1 for Tia and 1 is going to be for a boss fight later on. And with that, we're just going to move into the next dungeon.
The reason why he opens up the options menu here is after 5 steps?
4 steps.
4 steps, you basically start counting on the danger counter, which means you know your encounter rate. So taking or opening the map he does it about 6-7 steps, means that most of the time you won't get a single encounter on the overworld map.
Yeah, basically there's a danger value in the game that keeps increasing as you take more steps, but it gets set back to 0, and it stays on 0 for 4 steps every single time you do a room transition. They count the menu as a room transition as such, and because of that, by just flashing the menu, I can reset it back to 0 and basically reduce my encounter rate to nothing. Just, you know, for a speedrun, of course, very, very helpful, especially later on where enemies can actually become quite dangerous.
Yeah. So yeah, for not so much right now, but for later on, agility starts to matter a lot. Certain really fast enemies would prevent you from running away, and they could be a real nuisance. They could potentially even kill a party member. It's just bad. So this is a nice little secret that I never could figure out as a kid without a walkthrough.
The witch ring right
that's
here.
The witch ring.
It's not a required item except for the 98% requirement, but it does end up increasing my my intelligence stat a little bit, which would make magic attacks deal a little bit more damage. Back before we manipulated anything, it used to at some point be picked up because it can be kind of beneficial.
Invisible area in the wall.
Just another little secret hallway. There's a bunch of secret items in this dungeon. This is the first dungeon where you actually start seeing a bunch of those, which is kind of cool, you know, but we know all of them, so nothing to worry about here. We need to drop the water levels on both sides of this map. 2 sword slashes to avoid the kobold.
Yep.
So that's the first of the water levels. I'm going to go to the other side now. I'm going to drop the water level there. And with that, we should be able to get ourselves to the next boss, the Regal Goblin, which non-manipulated is a really, really annoying boss. But because we have the RNG manipulation, should be a really, really easy boss for me to do. Let me quickly check my equipment. Catfish Jewel, I will... Wait, okay, she is supposed to have a mini shield. Good thing I caught that. Yeah, other than that, it looks good. She has to have that mini shield or she will die. Basically, on turn 1 during this fight, Tia will survive with exactly 1 HP left. So we're going to flash the save. By flashing the save, I set back the RNG to the value it had when I made the save, which is a known value. And we're going to go into this boss fight here. I'm going to use Mega Quake and Boomerang on turn 1. He'll attack Tia for 36. She has 37 HP total, so she will survive by 1 health. There you go. We're going to use the Catfish Jewel again, and Tia starts using Drowsy, which puts him to sleep. It's usually a 50% as to whether he goes to sleep or not, but because of the manipulation, it's guaranteed. He will wake up after turn 3, though. So he won't sleep for very long, but he'll start attacking Maxim after that, which is actually helpful because it keeps my IP high for later bosses. from here on, it's a pretty straightforward fight.
Yeah. Sorry, like said, as a casual player, this boss is really difficult. You really need to get good equipment and actually start killing monsters.
Yeah,
right now it's really easy.
He can spawn helpers, so to speak, which makes it even worse. The key here, by the way, is not actually required to be picked up. Even though it's what we got here for, it turns out the trigger to continue in the story is the boss, not the key. However, we still need to pick it up for the 98% requirement. That's the only reason we need to get it. We're gonna.
This is a nice little skip.
This is a skip that was found by Happy Squid when he was routing out 100%. This is basically like normally you trigger the trap here. You'd have to kill every enemy to get out. However, we pick up all the chests and we just use an escape and we're out.
We're lazy. We don't want to fight.
So gotta re-equip the Eagle Rock there, very important. That's for the manipulation for the next boss. And the next boss is actually the most important manipulation left. There's 2 more bosses that we're going to be manipulating. The next one I have to get, like all the way through. I need the 2% drop from the boss. The one after that, I need to win. That's the basic gist of it. If I can do the manipulation perfectly and I get through, that does make things a lot easier on me and it does save some time. But it's salvageable if I don't get it. And then after that boss, there's one more manipulation for the enemy we're going to be grinding on, but we'll get to that when we get there. So we enter Tanbel. Hilda introduces us to her brother. She's the innkeeper here, and you know she's going to cook us a meal as a thanks for helping her. Guy is like the strong guy in town, basically, and I mean he's not very good at doing any chores, but you know he keeps the town safe, I suppose. So Guy challenges us to a bit of a duel in the town square, so, you know, why not? But before we go, we might as well do some more shopping. So here we're going to buy that weapon that Mitch was talking about, the cookery, as well as a tough hide for a boss later on. I'm going to sell the boomerangs as well as the catfish jewel. That's where you see how much that catfish jewel does. It's 20,000 gold, which is a lot of money right now. Be buying a few spells, specifically Flash as an electric spell because the next boss is weak to that, and Strong as a heal spell for Max M. Into the item shop, and this is where we're going to buy a bunch of these big boomers. You'll see very soon why they're as good as they are. 11 of those. Whoops. Okay, that should do. And we're going to talk to Guy.
Yeah, when you thought that the normal boomerang were strong, you haven't seen the big boomers yet.
No, the big boomers are absolutely amazing. But yeah, as soon as we are about to start our duel, some guard comes running up and tells us that there are monsters in town. And, well, we see a few monsters spawn before us. How he knew they were already there, I have no idea. But let's just assume that they knew somehow. And he sends his lackeys at us. This is actually a bit of a mini-boss fight here. So yeah,
it's done.
That's it. That's all there is to it. Kemu himself, the boss that appeared in front of us, he's a bit of a coward, so he's just going to run off. And as we're about to continue our duel, this kid runs toward us and tells us that Hilda was kidnapped by this guy and was taken to the southeast tower. Now, we're not very happy with people being kidnapped, so, you know, we're gonna go save the world, or save the girl. Almost the same thing, right?
Yep.
I'm gonna put Guy in the front row so that he'll deal some more physical damage and take a little bit less, and Tia will take a little bit less damage herself. And it's on to the southeast tower. Now, this is one of those dungeons where we kind of have to get every chest regardless because of the regular routes to begin with. There's a good couple small puzzles. They're all still fairly easy. Not too much we have to worry about here. But this is one of those dungeons that has a lot of little optimizations. You may have noticed the way that I walked with that scorpion. I actually took one step further up to make sure that I would avoid him without needing to stun him.
Yeah, another thing that you could see on this encounter, the goblin was actually facing downwards. And when you walk into most enemies, their back, you get a back attack on them. And you, if you walk into their side, it's a 50-50 whether you get a back attack on them, which basically means that you get one free turn, like one free round in the battle. However, enemies can do that to you as well. Enemies can back attack you as well, or attack you from the side. So it's very important that you...
So one thing I want to mention real quick. I did get it. Second try, so it loses time, but that's a frame perfect trick right there. Basically, by pressing the button on the same frame I start moving right, I can press it and take one step to the right immediately, which saves like 4 frames or something. It's practically nothing, but
it's swag. It's important.
It's a cool little swag strat. It's fun to do. There's a few more points in the run where I'll try to show it off.
Sometimes you just need a little bit of swag in your run, you know. This is a neat little puzzle. You drop a bomb near the skeleton, and the skeleton goes
By
away.
stepping on it during the explosion, I can actually save a swing there as well. Okay, this room, normally you'd have to step onto the music notes and it'll play a sound, and that way you'll know what to take, but we can just do it like that. I bonged into the wall to the left there to make the scorpion move up 1 tile so that I could be certain to avoid him. You would normally encounter him if you just walk up. And it's back up here. This crab is RNG. Yeah, he's in the hallway. Sometimes he decides to not be dumb and not move into the hallway, but most of the time he's just annoying. Okay, now I need to actually start opening up my notes, because we're coming up on some more RNG manip, and this is where I do kind of need to focus. We're going to get one more item here, which is the jute helmet. Can you scroll to the just above the fight? I need the equipment as well.
Okay.
Okay, max and strongest. Equip strongest. I need to remove the power brace. Strongest. Okay, we're good. Yeah, he has the eagle rock. Perfect. That jute helmet will come into play for one of the later bosses. It's an item that prevents confusion, and there's one of the last bosses can confuse party members, so it can become quite helpful by that point. Everybody on full health. Check, check. Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
So this is another really important RNG manipulation. Let's see if we can get it. Basically, I want to get a 2% item drop from Kamu. The boss itself is pretty easy, but I need that 2% drop. Okay, here we go. So let's start off with dive, a big boomer, and flash.
So this guy Kamu, he's weak against thunder, or the thunder element, which is the reason why he's using flash and the kukri IP attack. The IP attack deals 1.5 times normal damage, and then in lightning element as well for even more damage.
There's the Buster attack, so far so good. IP attack flash. So this is a bit of a weird turn because I actually have to attack with Guy. That's all for the manip purposes.
Also, I need to mention the music in this game. It's amazing.
Okay, double boomers. Kills the companion. He summons another one. Feel free to go for it.
We have a €5.01 donation in from Reflect, who says Iris percent is a meme category.
Thank you, Reflect.
Our boy Reflect.
I agree though.
Iris percent is a meme category. Should we talk about Iris percent already?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, so the one cave that we're not going to be doing, the ancient cave, has it's a floor that's 99 or it's a dungeon 99 floors long. All of them randomly generated, random items, random monsters, random layout, and everything.
Yeah, you start at level 1, you get 10 potions, and just go.
Just go for it.
Yeah.
Now, in this cave, there are 9 treasures, the Iris treasures, each being a 1 in 500 per red chest. And then there's the final boss, which is the 10th of the items. There is a miscellaneous category. It's kind of a meme category, but it's also kind of a cool category that collects all 10 of those items. Before, like about a week ago, the record was a 2028 flat by me, which had stood for almost 2 years. However, last week, this guy managed to break it by a little over an hour with a 19:15:51.
And we're the only 2 people on the leaderboards. And
we're
we've both finished it 2 times.
Yeah, we're the only ones to have finished it in a single sitting, and we're the only ones to basically actively run that. It's kind of a meme category, but within the Ancient Cave community, it's just, you know, that's by the way why Iris triggers us so much, because looking for Iris treasures for 20 hours on end is quite the experience.
Every time I try to do an any percent, so I basically go to the final boss and kill him, I end up with all these Iris treasures, and they are just calling me, please collect me,
Yeah.
please collect me.
It
And
is,
then I'm like, but I don't have any food for tonight, I still need to do groceries, I need to do my laundry.
Yeah, not
But
happening.
they are just calling me. And so for example, last week I had, in my first 40 minutes I was running, I had 4 items, which is incredibly insane. Like, usually you would find 1 item every 2 hours. That is a good, you know, good time, good pace. And then to have 4 items in 40 minutes is just insane. But I mean, it is the cave. The cave does what the cave wants. It's cruel, mistress.
So, while we're actually continuing, by now Guy
Yes.
has joined our party. We met his girlfriend Jessie, I believe she's called,
Yeah,
something like that.
I believe so.
And well, he joined us on the journey. Now, you may have noticed as we beat Kamu, there were 3 chests behind him, but we never got a chance to actually pick it up. Kamu locked the door and tried to collapse the tower in on itself with us on top of it. But Iris came in to save the day. She unlocked the door, and because of her, we were able to escape. But the chests are still in here, and we actually need one of those chests for the next boss fight. Got the swag shot and actually saved time with it this time. It's pretty cool.
Klappa. we can clap for that.
But yeah, because of that, we just need to ascend the tower again. Even fully manipulated, it's basically even as to whether this is faster or not. In the Gades % run, which is done in retry mode, which is another miscellaneous category, we have a manipulation where we can skip this, and it hardly saves any time at all, if anything. It was basically dead even between the two. So, because of that, you know, especially since we're a lot lower level than that, we're just gonna have to go up and hope for the best. Now, luckily, all things considered, we do have the Kamu Jewel. If we don't die on the next boss, and let's hope to God we don't, then we're good in terms of manipulation, and we have the hard part of the run done. Like, the first hour or so is basically the scary part. So I'm gonna pick up all 3 of these, and then it's back out again. Now, I bought a few extra escapes earlier, and that's just so that we could escape out here. We're just gonna go through the tower again. One step to the side to manipulate those lizards to walk away from me, and on to the town of Clemento. Now, before anything else, I'm going to buy a few spells. This is not something you'd have to get in the regular No Major Glitches run, but because of having to beat a super boss pretty soon, we will get that. It's basically a defense increasing move. And we're going to talk to Rachi over here. He's the richest man in town. He's really, really rich, apparently. And there's this treasure that he's going to ask us to get. And, well, we kind of need it because the shrine north of here to the next town is actually, it's his property. And he is not going to let us pass without it. Unless we pay, like, a lot of money, but we don't have that.
Yeah.
I'm also going to go for another smaller manip here. I'm going to flash the safe. I'm going to go out. And I'm going to try to get myself a B-Rock. This is technically not a required manipulation, but it's kind of helpful because it helps with agility and with money management later on. Yes. Calls a companion. Attack on Guy. It's just a little bit of extra IP. Big Boomer will kill them off. And that's a B-Rock drop. Also gonna quickly do the equipment here. Gonna equip the Kaimu Jewel, Tough Hide. That seems good to me. Okay, should be fine. So now we're just gonna go through this cave. There's 5 items that we're gonna get. There's also one of the capsule monsters in this cave, but we're not gonna grab capsule monsters until we're getting pretty close to the end of the run.
Capsule monsters are just not worth it. They slow the entire run incredibly down.
Basically, they can... a lot of the capsule monsters can be faster than me, so they get to do a move if I end up getting an encounter or during boss fights and whatnot, and they're just not strong enough to make it worth it.
You can actually not input their actions, so it's completely random what they want to do, basically. Maybe if you could actually command them, then maybe it could have been worth it.
Yeah, if you could command them, they might be worth it. Especially the stronger ones can do a decent amount of damage with their strongest moves, but right now it's just worth it for me to skip it for a little while and just grab them later on. This is kind of a tricky puzzle because these enemies can move quite randomly sometimes and they're just really annoying to avoid. But we do need to grab these 2 chests real quick.
I remember this puzzle to be pretty difficult as a kid, and still, you really need to.
Yeah, you have exactly enough blocks.
Yeah.
Okay, so here comes another manipulation and another important one. I'm gonna quickly check up on my equipment one more time. It's looking good. Gonna flash the save, reset. 1 tile up, down. And here we go, and well, here comes casually probably the most difficult boss in the game. So let's see what happens. Attack, Battlelust Guy.
Battlelust is an IP attack that increases your attack power by 40%.
Wait, what? Why did Guy get poisoned? He is not supposed to get poisoned. Okay. Backup strats for the win. That means we're off manipulation, which, like I said, is not necessarily a big deal, but I need to win this fight now. I wonder why I was off.
I didn't see any mistakes.
Nah, me neither.
Maybe equipment, something?
I guess. Could be equipment. Okay, Tex can move. That's good. Okay. Like I said, this is really important that I win right now, otherwise we may have ourselves a bit of a problem. So just play this fight super safe. No, Big Boomer, attack, strong.
Don't use that attack, man.
Poison shower is fine. I can heal this. Luckily, we've got 2 people with strong, so we have options in terms of healing. Okay, Call's Companion. That's actually really good.
Yeah, I guess you're free turn basically.
Yeah. Big Boomer, attack, strong. Like I said, the drop isn't that important because we have enough that I can make it work. It's mostly just a matter of actually killing this guy. And this guy is not easy. It does slow me down a little bit later because I will be much higher in health than I would like to be, but it should be fine. The paralysis is kind of annoying. Do have mystery pins still.
Yeah, you bought 11 of them.
Yeah, I bought more than enough. That's one of those items that I can use very well here. Same goes for miracles. Like, I have a bunch of miracles, which you wouldn't normally have in the run. But because of the 100% thing, you get a lot more safeties, which does help a little bit. Okay, he's got 2,000 health, so we should be getting fairly close to a kill here. Okay, we got him. We didn't get the drop, but we got him. Okay, that is a very scary part done. Now, the ruby apple, it actually broke during the fight, which is kind of odd because you'd think rubies are really, really strong. However, you know, apparently it broke, and it turns out it was made of glass. Now, the glass shop owner that we meet in the back here, he actually has a second ruby apple. And he's going to give us that as a thank you. It turns out he sold this ruby, or this glass apple, in the town of Narcissus a while back. Somehow it ended up being here and ended up being the treasure of town. So, you know, I guess we'll take the other one, which, you know, both of them aren't really rubies, but, you know, what do we care? We'll take that to Rachi. So with that, we get the ruby apple, and we're going to go out here, and while we do, I guess you've got time for, you know, 1 or 2 donations.
Excellent, excellent. We got in a €5 donation from Shadowkiller, who says, even though you're skipping Ancient Cave, good luck, Crrool, from your Ancient Cave friends. I want to see some swag steps with those levers, and great job with the catfish manip. Keep up the good work, and Mitch, go to bed. And then we got in 2 €6.66 donations from Brigan, who says, don't tempt me to destroy your records, boys.
Oh.
Reagan coming to the playing field.
Oh.
Both of them being fantastic Ancient Cave runners. Shadow being, I believe, the number 3 on Ancient Cave right now.
Very high. Yeah, and the record holder in reject?
I think he might be the record holder in reject
Yeah,
still,
I believe
yeah.
he is, yeah.
So, you know, even though that's the one dungeon we're going to be skipping, both of them I've seen, and Reagan I've seen in the bingo field in the past as well. With Lufia 2 Ancient Cave bingos, so both of them are...
both amazing people.
Yeah.
So, thank you, guys.
It's good to see the Lufia 2 Ancient Cave community, at least, being right here.
Yeah, they're still up.
So we're going to go to the next town. I'm purposely not going to heal except for the poison. The fact that he did the poison shower near the very end of that fight is actually kind of helpful here, because it's going to help me with manipulating the enemy that I need for this next bit, which are the cores. Which is what we're going to be using to grind. Basically, they're in 2, like, not the next boss, but the one after that is going to be a super boss that you're not supposed to beat. However, you know, 98% requirement is to beat that boss, so we're going to be doing that. That does mean we'll need a whole bunch of levels, though, because, well, these bosses are not easy. I need to quickly unequip the Kamo Jewel, because we're going to be selling that real soon, because we need money.
Also, we just saw Salon, which is gonna be a really important character for the rest of the game, basically.
Where is it? I sold the Kamo armor as well, which is fine. Francesca, chainmail, Maxim, 1 tight dress. I only need 1. I need to remember that. 2 of those. Drone helmet on Maxim, stone helmet on Guy, kite shield on Guy. Okay, yeah, that's good. Got it, I think.
yeah, again, shopping and having the right equipment equipped is really important in this run, because you need the IP. If your defense is too high, you don't take enough damage, so your IP bar doesn't load up enough. Or if you don't have enough armor, you will just die. Or at least get very heavily damaged. So it's really, really important.
So right here in town, or in the castle, we meet a beautiful girl, Selen. She is supposedly incredibly beautiful, as well as incredibly strong. So you know,
Yeah.
we saw her. We saw her a little bit, and well, we're just gonna talk to the king. And well, it turns out that the king has actually heard of us, and he asked us if we're Sir Thex, and I guess we are, because well, he had heard from us from the king in Aloons for, you know, getting the crown back. How he heard of us already, even though we did that like 25 minutes ago, I don't know. I'll just take it.
Pigeons.
I guess pigeons would work.
Pigeons.
That's still really fast though. Anyway, he's gonna ask us to go look for the treasure sword in the treasure sword shrine to the north here. And you know, as a bit of a help, he's gonna send Selen with us, and we're gonna actually take command of the party. So you know, even though she's the commander of the Barcelite army, she's going to be under our command for once. So we meet up with Selen, and I guess we'll go for that. However, before we do, we're actually going to grind. Now, the grind, I know grinding is boring, and I know it's one of those things that just kind of has to be done. In No Major Glitches, you actually don't have to grind at all. In 98%, you kind of have to. We need level 24 for one of the bosses a little bit later, that super boss that I was talking about. So we're going to do just that. Now, in order to do that, I'm going to talk to the priest here. I'm going to flash that safe, much like how I did before. We're going to walk out of town, and we're actually going to manipulate a fight with red cores. Now, if you've ever played the Dragon Quest series, you might know enemies like the
Metal slimes.
the metal slimes. This is basically the same thing, but then for Lufia 2, we're going to manipulate an encounter that has two of them that we can both kill on turn 1. So it's a very helpful fight here. So they will always attack the two rightmost characters, and you'll see soon enough why these are so incredibly helpful for grinding.
4,444 for two of them. If you would compare that, a normal enemy would give about 200 experience at this point.
Yeah,
Not
like
even.
a little bit more, but
Little
yeah,
bit more, yeah.
roughly.
So they give about 10 times as much, 11 times
Yeah,
as much.
these
It
guys
is.
give a ton of experience, and it does speed up grinding a lot. However, we are unfortunately very, very low leveled at this point. So, you know, it'll still take a while to grind up, but it should speed things up a little bit. So yeah, if you guys wanted to ever go grab a drink, I guess now would be a good time to do so.
Maybe our donation guys can talk about the donations again. The donation
The
incentives,
incentives,
we
yeah,
have.
why not? We've got several coming up during this run as it is, so yeah, I guess Crrool, on the mic, I'll be switching it over to you.
Very, very, very excellent. Yeah, we have some great incentives coming up. Let me just quickly look here. There is, of course, the Decity of Final Fantasy incentive, where you can donate towards which one of the myriad characters will be played in that game, as well as the Animal Crossing. In Animal Crossing, you get to choose the name of both the town and the character. Right now, let me quickly look this up. The town name is looking to be Heck. So, if you want to change that, then definitely donate towards that. And the character right now is going to be BSG. Both of these incentives are very much open to be beaten with 4 and 10 euros respectively. So definitely get your donations in, guys, and change the course of the stream.
Please do, please do.
Now, I will really quickly mention again, since we're talking about donations, the 3 incentives that are remaining for this run, or 4 incentives. We've got a few of them anyway. We've got that 5th egg hunt, which is going to be closed off in a few hours. It's the first one that's going to be closed off. We've got the walk on the crystals, which is going to be closed off just before the end of the run.
Please donate for that.
Yeah,
please,
that one's
please.
really, really hype.
You're gonna make my day if you do that. Please do.
This one's very hyped to see. Strongly recommend that one. Probably my favorite incentive that we have in there. We've got the bid war for the capsule monster, so you can still bid for whichever capsule monster you'd like to see me use. Buttfish.
Ain't you butt?
I guess our preferences are a little different, but Mitch is objectively wrong, so don't listen to him. So that's still a thing, and I believe we've got the Egg Dragon Quick Kill, which is one of the glitches that I can show off, which is a really cool glitch as well. It's a really fun fight to see that way, which is going to be closed off about like half an hour to an hour before the end of the run. So those are a few that are still open. I mean, as we're still grinding, I guess, Rule, how about you go for a quick donation or something?
Absolutely there, Crrool. We had got in 10 euros from Kriegspire, who says,
Hey.
hashtag Disco Wolf, hashtag No Ancient Cave, hashtag Feels Bad, man.
Our boy Krieg, probably the most knowledgeable guy of the Ancient Cave out
Yes.
there. If you need to know anything of the Ancient Cave, that is the guy to talk to.
Basically, if you go into any Ancient Cave or Lufia stream and you write !guide or !AC guide, his guide will pop up. If you want his guide, please hit me up. I will link his guide to you as well. Amazing guy, amazing guide. He always teases me though, but then again, who doesn't?
Yeah, he is kind of all over the place when
Yeah.
it comes to the Ancient Cave, but it's definitely a cool guy, and
Yeah.
like I said, he's more knowledgeable of that dungeon than anybody out there.
Yeah,
So
I'm really easy to read guide as well. Basically, everything is on one page that you need to know, and then if you want to know more, you can just look through the entire Excel document. It's amazing. So please check that out.
level 20, 21 right now, so we're still a little bit away from finishing our grinding here. Like I said, it is kind of, unfortunately, the boring part of the run that kind of has to be done. This is, by the way, the only grind we're going to be doing in the entirety of the run, but it's kind of out there. While we're finishing up, I'm just going to throw it over to Rule one more time. Rule, I mean, we do have a charity we're supporting. How about you go in on that one a little bit?
Yes, we do have a charity we're supporting, and it is a good one. It is a heckin' good one. We are in support of the Dutch Cancer Society, as we are every month, and as most of you will probably have noticed by your generous donations. The Dutch Cancer Society is a charity which looks to cure, research, and alleviate the suffering of people who have cancer. And as always, 75% of all of your donations go directly towards the Dutch Cancer Society to help make this world a little bit of a better place.
So I'm starting to run out of MP, which could potentially become a little bit of an issue here, because I do need quite a bit of MP every single fight. Basically, the way that this works is I go through that church. You know, we walk out of town perfectly on a seat that we know. I heal 3 times, and then from there I just walk around a bit, and we'll see the encounter. I have to walk exactly I have to heal exactly 3 times, otherwise I'll get a different encounter, and that's not really what we want to see here. So we're starting to run out of MP, which is going to be a bit of an issue, although I do still have high magics and the likes, and worst comes to worst, I can take the inn. It's not terrible if we get low, but it is something we'll need to keep an eye on.
Yeah, sadly the cores give a lot of experience, but they don't give any gold. They give 1 gold each, so it's not like after all this grinding you would have A piggy bank full of gold? Sadly, that's not the case.
Yeah, luckily we had that Kemu jewel drop, which sold
Yeah.
sold for a lot. Had I been able to do the spider manip as well, ooh, this is okay. So this is a good point to heal then. We are out of characters that are we only have 2 characters that aren't full. So I'm gonna heal up my MP real quick. I'm gonna take an extra fight to take some damage. I'll probably just end up attacking my own party once and then run away. And then we'll be good to go for a few more fights. We are getting pretty close to the end of the grind, but, you know, we kind of still have to finish it up. Okay.
You need level 23, was it?
24.
24 you want to do. Okay.
Okay, so apparently we got the usual encounter, interestingly enough. That works, I guess.
Sure.
Apparently, by going back in, using the in, and then immediately going back out, we moved the exact same, or we moved the RNG by the same value that we would normally move it had we healed 3 times. I don't know how. I've never seen it happen like that before, but I will take it.
That has never happened before.
I mean, it is just the way that the RNG
Yeah.
works. I just moved it forward enough to happen to end up on the same value. So it's not. I would figure it's not impossible. I just hadn't expected it.
That's interesting, definitely.
But you know, I guess this works. I think Selen is on 23, right? Yeah, I definitely need another level with Tia though. Basically, I want both Selen and Tia to have over 120 health. Selen already has that. Whoops. Selen already has that right now, but Tia does not. And on this health, she will not survive the next or the big boss.
Yeah, when we get towards the big boss, we'll talk more about him. Let's just say that he is difficult.
Oh, okay. I know what I messed up here. Sure. That one. I didn't do the heals, yeah. That's fine. Luckily, like, this is one of those manips where if you make a mistake, it's fine. It just loses, like, a couple of seconds. I believe it's like 20-25 seconds you lose every time you fail it. And I've only failed it once so far, so it's not even that bad.
Well, you got 4 frames earlier. You mean evens each other out, right?
Yeah.
Not really.
It kinda does, though. Okay, so 117, we'll take the fight 2 more times, and then we're done. We're gonna go into the next dungeon. I'd rather play it a little bit safe. 1 would probably be enough, but I'll just take 1 for added safety.
You don't want to, you know, with my run?
Yeah, I guess I should explain what you mean there,
Yeah.
but a little while back, like 2 weeks, come on, really? I am starting to actually choke right now. But a little while back, Mitch and me did 100% plus Iris %. We called it true 100%. It's kind of like the craziest possible
Yeah.
Lufia 2 category.
The double meme.
And yeah, it's kind of like 2 somewhat more memey categories back to back. It's kind of dumb, but it was a lot of fun as well. But Mitch got the worst possible RNG, both in, you know, real life RNG as well as with the
game.
boss coming up in a little bit. He got stuck on that for like an hour or something.
I believe I died 4 or 5 times on him. So
Yeah.
that was,
Now,
yeah.
I'm a lot more experienced with the fight, which helps. Having run Gades % a lot, I shouldn't die. Let's just say it like that. But it's not an easy boss, that's for sure. Okay, this is the last grind fight we'll do. So let's see, let's heal up those 3. And in the meantime, I'll just start walking towards the cave because I might as well. I'll just wait
As
for it
long as
here.
you don't walk in.
And even then, I would have probably just continued.
Yeah, I thought let me put it out of the way. so we can't kick it over.
Okay, so here's the treasure sword shrine. This is where that treasure sword is supposed to be. And, well, let's just see if we can find it. There's a few items in here that we want to grab. We're going to start with the undead ring here. Very important item for that super boss. I think I may have done that. Yeah, I did that wrong.
This is a neat little puzzle, but
Yeah,
I always mess it up
This
too.
is a puzzle that's... Even experienced runners tend to mess this one up from time to time.
I really like it, but it's so difficult.
Okay, I am actually... Hold on. Let me actually just redo this thing, because I am messing this up pretty badly right now. I tried to salvage it, and by trying to, I made it worse.
There we go.
So we get the cold rapier.
So, like we said, puzzles do get harder. This is one of...
I'm still doing this wrong. I don't know what's up today, but... Okay, that one up there. There we go. That's how you're supposed to do it. Okay, that was terrible. That happens. It's fine. Like I said, even experienced runners tend to mess this one up. We got both of the items though, so, you know, all in all, it's not a big deal.
Key.
And with that, we're just gonna escape out real quick, and we're gonna go back in. Because there's still a few more chests I need to grab. First and foremost, there's a block shield on this side. We can do a cool little trick right here. We can just put this up there, because there's that little hallway, and we'll just bomb the wall. Later on, we'll get the hammer, which will make that a little bit easier if we have to go back there at any given moment, which might happen. So we get the round shield, and we'll just escape out again.
Yeah, we're lazy. We're not gonna walk back.
And now comes a pretty difficult room. Let's see if we can get it. So there's these enemies, and they're really fast. They're hidden behind the pillars. We got it, though. So that's done. Slash into the wall once. And we're gonna move this block. I need to go get it down here because there is another item here, which is the bat rock, which is actually a backup as well in case of money shortage. It sells for 9,000 gold, which is really helpful later on. And now for probably the hardest to find item in this place, which is behind the hidden wall here. That's unfortunate. This one, if he is below the button and you keep pressing right, you'll be able to avoid him. So the chances of hitting him by just keep pressing right are the exact same. That's why we just keep pressing right and hope for the best. Unfortunately, we just got a little unlucky.
Yeah, nothing you can do.
Nah, that's pure RNG, so it's not a big deal. Okay, let's start doing some equipment. So we do strongest there. Guy, strongest, fire dagger for now, undead ring. Tia, strongest. I'll give her the mini shield for now, I guess. This should be fine. Strongest, mini shield. Should be good. So we just walk in line with those kobolds. And now for one of the puzzles that I actually got stuck on as a kid. Not these first two, but the third one can be a little bit tricky. Basically, you can only move a certain amount of blocks, so the plates say like 1 red, 1 yellow, and that's how many you can move. And you need to make all of them yellow by the end of it. That last one I had gotten stuck on for a long time as a kid. Could not figure it out. And for the first time in the run, we can save. So, you know, for the first time in an hour, we actually are able to save some progress.
Yeah, I was always very lucky that I had a grandma that liked video games. So I was allowed to call my grandma 3 times a day to ask her questions about the game. Grandma, I'm in this place now, where do I need to go? And then she knew exactly where I was and where I needed to go, so that was awesome. So these are the clowns, bosses.
Now, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but personally, I hate clowns. I can't stand these things. So, you know, I guess we'll just try to get rid of them as quickly as we can. Now, luckily, the clowns are a little bit helpful. They actually show their weakness by the color of their outfit. So the red clown is weak to lightning. The blue clown is weak to ice. You know, makes it a little bit easier for us. First clown is really, really straightforward because, you know, basically every character has flash except for Guy, which has the fire dagger, so makes this fight really, really quick. And that's the first of the clowns. There we go. But as soon as we kill him, he respawns. You know, if clowns weren't bad enough, now you can't kill them anymore either.
And now we try to kill the other one.
Yeah,
His name is Pierre. Shoutouts to that's Fairzack.
Aqua Whip and Strong. I'm just gonna basically go all out on this one because I might as well. Doesn't really matter too much. It's kind of a risky strat to go for because it might slow down the second round, but if we're lucky, it actually ends up saving a little bit of time. So he does nothing. Okay, sure. Especially the second clown can be a bit of a pain because we don't have a lot of items that actually work well, or that actually have either water or ice elemental. Cold Rapier and Aqua Whip are the only two. But even then, that's the second round? Or the second clown?
He is dead. He respawns.
Same story, basically. Now comes the harder part, because now we're going to go back in. But Selen, she says, wait, there is something odd, because the two, aside from their clothes, of course, look exactly the same. And she suggests that they might be the same monsters split in 2 halves, and the only way to kill them would be to beat both of them at the same time. I will note, by the way, because a long time ago I actually tried to route out Maxim only. You would instantly die if both Selen and Guy are dead going into this. Not even a joke. You would actually just die. Straight up game over. So I'm gonna Battle Lust Maxim to get his attack up.
69.
Gonna heal with using Maxim, and we'll just start attacking. Ideally, I actually want him to attack Maxim as much as possible because he kind of needs the IP more than Dia does. So that's the only Glacial Blast I'm going to do, and I'm just going to hope for more attacks on Maxim in the next or in the last bit of the fight. He is getting pretty close to dying now, but okay, so that is actually kind of good. Still not a lot, but it might help a little bit. Bolt is fine. It's kind of hoping for a fireball, but Bolt will do. And now for the second half of the fight. Battle Lust, strong on both. So these fights are fairly straightforward. Both Guy and Maxim have the weapon that deals super effective damage, making them effectively really easy fights. I gotta kind of watch out with Selen though, because she can die pretty easily still, even to this boss. If he does his strongest attack on her, it can just deal a lot of damage. Guy is practically invincible at this point.
Well, you know, if the clown is laughing, it's pretty intimidating.
So even right now, it's just not even worth it for me to use Blaze Attack, even if I could. I'll save the IP for the next boss. And that's that. So that's the clowns done. Now it's almost time to go for the hardest boss of the game. Yeah, I think this is pretty much the hardest boss of the game.
I would say so.
I would definitely call it that. Anyway, you know, the treasure sword, it's right behind this door, so let's go grab it. And time for us to move out again. As I go out, I kind of need to quickly check what my money situation is. 21. Okay. I'll need to keep that. I'll need to keep that in mind because we're gonna go buy an item real quick right here in Aloons. Now, before I do, I'm gonna sell that bad rock real quick just to get a little bit of extra money out of it. That gets me to 30k, which is actually not really enough to make it like a perfect situation, but it's enough to make it work. So we're gonna be buying statues. Now, statues is kind of a broken item. First of all,
literally a broken item.
Yeah, first of all, if you use it from the menu, you will crash the game.
Yeah.
Don't ask me why, that's a thing, apparently. I remember another runner, a Gades% runner, ZNT Saito, he actually did that in a run once, and he just figured, oh, this crashes the game. Well, that's rip. So, you know, that's a thing. Now, aside from that, in battle, it's also kind of a broken item in how good it is. It actually heals every single party member for 200 in one go, which is really, really helpful on a boss that can deal a lot of damage. They cost a lot of money, and we need ideally about 20 of them, but I was able to buy 15, which is enough to make it work. So right here, the guard comes walking in, and he tells us that a single man destroyed the entire neighboring city of Gordovan. I guess it's time for us to go see what's up. Selen at first suggests to take 3 soldiers with her and just go check it out. We figure, you know, these soldiers are not ready for something this powerful, so how about we go along? And, well, so we do. We also get a reward for the king for getting that sword back. So that's kind of cool. Which, normally, in No Major Glitches, you would just completely skip it because nobody cares. But in 98%, we actually have to get it, and it's actually useful as well. So it's kind of a nice win-win situation there.
Holy Wings, question mark?
Yeah, the Holy Wings. Holy Wings IP attack is that they heal 75% of my total health, which is very helpful in terms of healing. So he gets strongest, and Fire Dagger, you get the Francisca. Strongest mini shield. Strongest mini shield, a mind ring. Wait, hold on. You get the kite shield, so you get the anger brace. Is that correct? Just checking that that's correct real quick.
So the boss we're
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, the boss we're coming towards up to now is called Gades. And usually in the casual playthrough you would not be able to beat him, which is the reason why we grind it so much. He is incredibly strong. Yeah, like I said, you're not supposed to kill him normally. We are able. It's gonna take a while to actually, you know, get him down. But
This guy is called the Gatekeeper, by the way. He
Kind-
can lose you a lot of time.
it was kind of slow, but it was okay, I guess.
This was okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, Gades, this guy is actually as powerful as the boss that we're going to be fighting about 6 hours into the run.
Yeah.
That's not even a joke. This guy is about as powerful as a boss about 6 hours into the run. Casually, you're not supposed to be able to beat him. But, you know, the developers are like, okay, well, if you can, then by all means go for it. And you do actually get a pretty big reward for doing so.
Yep, one of the strongest weapons in the game.
Yep.
That you will carry for the rest of the game. So
Well, for a big part of it, yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
We're going to eventually sell it, but it'll take some time before we do. So we get the hookshot, which is the next tool. Of course, that guy gives me the worst possible pattern.
Of course.
The hookshot allows me to cross gaps. It's also a really fast way of moving around, so it's kind of useful in multiple ways.
Yeah, it's basically like the hook shot from Zelda.
Let's see if we can get the swag strat. Let's go.
Oh, double swag.
Double swag. Let's go. I will save, and I'll probably head back here in a little bit to save again. Reason for that being, if I happen to die on the next boss, which isn't impossible, the story would normally just continue. However, 98% would be dead at that point, so I'd actually have to reset the fight. Because it's a boss that you're not supposed to beat, the story just continues if you lose. It doesn't actually change a whole lot, but you know, we kind of need that item for the 98% requirement, as well as for money management later on, so it's a really, really useful item. So that's kind of a thing. So this is, normally if you step onto the button, you'll see the order. However, you know, we're speedrunners, we don't need to look.
It's a memory puzzle.
It's the same pattern every single time. Manipulating the scorpion there.
Nope, otherwise you would have walked into it.
We go back to the 5th floor. So normally I just go to the right, but because this is a marathon setting, I'll go take an extra safety save.
I do not blame you.
Did I sort that? Yes, I did. Very important that those items are sorted. Equipment was already done, so that shouldn't be a problem either. Well, here we go. Let's go for the most difficult boss in the game, both casually and in the speedrun setting. Well, at least for 100% and 98%. This fight will take a good couple of minutes, by the way. This guy's got 7,500 health, and it's just, well, you'll see.
Good luck. Also, almost the best music in the game.
It's one of the better themes, that's for sure. Bravery, Battle Lust.
Probably my...
Okay, that's fine.
Probably my second favorite. Bravery to increase defense.
Yeah, the physical attack on Selen is not great. You either want the physical attack on Guy or an AoE attack there. That's fine. We can still...
Yeah, Miracle is basically like an elixir, which also revives.
This is not good.
This is nasty.
This is really not good. Okay. I can try one more time. Okay, Guy is fine.
Yeah.
This is a really bad start, by the way, I will mention.
Welcome to my RNG.
Statue, weak point, miracle. This is the move I would have preferred to see turn 1. We're far from done, though. Like, this is a really rough start of the fight, and we're gonna have to be very careful throughout.
Weak point lowers the defense of the of Gades.
Okay, Menace, very important we get this Menace off. If we get the Menace off, we're in an okay position again.
Yeah, Menace lowers its attack.
Should have actually done Bravery with Tia, that would have been smarter. Okay, I'm gonna take a bit of a risk here in using the Holy Healing combined with Stronger. So I need both Tia and Selen to survive. Good. That saves me a statue.
Yeah.
That bravery is mostly for Selen, because she got none of it.
Yeah, as you can see, the first time it actually gives you the full effect, and then the effect decreases and decreases.
Okay,
But it's-
menace, attack.
It's still important to have
battle.
multiple up.
I'll use another bravery and a statue. Ooh, okay, she survived. This is why these debuffs are so important.
That could have still been damage
Yeah,
range.
that was a damage range,
Yeah.
absolutely. Now it should be fine.
Yeah.
I've got my braveries, I've got my menace up. Stat-wise, we should be in a decent position.
Battle still not won though.
Battle
no.
definitely still
Oh
not
no.
won. Battle lost on him one more time, and another statue. Okay, the destructo waves are good. I need IP on Tia to save me some time later. Okay, battle lost on himself. Weak point one more time. Holy healing, stronger.
It's so scary to see those damage numbers. So scary.
That's the last weak point. Destructo wave, that's good. So yeah, from now on, it's basically just sitting out the fight. Got most of my buffs up. I have to make sure that I have enough statues. I don't need any more after this fight, but I need to be careful that I will have enough for the rest of the fight. So I'll still need to play it very careful, especially on those. Battle lost on Selen and another statue. Okay, we've got 6 left after this. That is gonna cut it awfully close. Oh, Tia barely clutched
4
it.
HP.
And Tia's only on 117, so
Yeah.
she's on the low end here. Holy healing, stronger. So you can use a blaze attack to deal an okay amount of damage here.
Yeah.
Use the cold rapier for some added damage. Selen purposely has the mind ring because it requires less IP, and it might allow me to do a little bit of chip damage with her because the glacial blast still does a pretty good amount of damage. Holy wings, stronger. Luckily, the mind ring is pretty cheap in its IP usage. Let's see, statue and another glacial blast. Okay, that physical is kind of okay. It's not ideal, but it'll do.
Yeah.
At least it'll allow for blaze attack next turn.
AoE would have been better.
Okay, I'm on 3 statues after this turn. Should be fine. Should be enough.
How much was that on Tia?
Too clutch to. It's all this fight is completely calculated in you know how much we need in order to make it work. But you can see that even with that, it's just awfully close.
Scares me every time, man.
A lot of work has gone into optimizing this fight. Saito and me did a bunch of work back when we were routing out the Gades %. Nice crit from Guy.
Nice. That's free, another 100 damage.
Yeah, I have to use a statue here. That's not good. Because I am running really low on statues.
Yeah. Use some waves, man.
Okay, I'll use another statue next turn, and starting then I'll use Stronger, which is another heal combination that heals almost full, but not exactly full.
I didn't calculate damage. Excuse me for that. I feel like we should be getting somewhat
We
close.
should be pretty close. Ah, we got him.
Nice.
Okay, just in time. That is the most difficult boss of the game.
Oh, you can clap for that. Oh, man.
And there are the levels we get from it. So even with all of the grinding, it's just still like 3 levels on everybody. And we get the Gades Blade, which is a fantastic weapon. You'll see very soon why, because we can do something really cool with that weapon. But we'll get there when we get there. Also, basically a 130 flat Gades, which is not bad, actually. Now, as we win here, Gades, you know, he kind of insults us and just still goes for it. And we meet up with Iris again. And Iris, you know, she tells us that both Selen and Guy are also destined to journey and destined to go on this trip to save the world. Tia kind of gets left out in that, and this is the first time that you'll notice Tia being a little more absent-minded than the others. We'll go back to the report of the king, though, and I guess as we do... No, hold on. Actually, there's one thing I still want to say, because we're actually coming up on the best line of the game. And once I've had that one, then you guys can do a quick donation. But we get into the castle here, and we're going to talk to the king. And as we do, a soldier is going to be running in, and he has the best line of the game, like easily. We tell him about Gades, we tell him about how we got defeated by him, even though we defeated him. And this guy comes in asking, is there a guy here? You know, obviously referring to Guy, but, you know, it's a good line. Anyway, feel free to go for that donation.
We got in a €5 donation from somebody called Mitchie, who says, "Hey Crrool, it's quite an honor to sit next to you for once rather than to race you in Iris % or True 100%. I'm sure we'll race Iris % again soon. But I don't think you'll get your world record back. Put this donation towards Walk on the Crystal because we all want more Craigasm music. Let's kick cancer's buttfish."
Awesome. Love it, mate. Good stuff. So earlier I quickly took a step in Gordovan and immediately left. That was to set the war point for exactly this, because now we can actually continue. We'll, you know, go a little bit further. As we do, we are going to pick up one more chest. We're going to leave a bunch of items in this cave that we're not going to be picking up until much later in the run. But first, we're going to get this ring real quick. We don't really need it for anything except it's a chest on the chest counter, and it's quick to grab. And with that done, we're going to make way to the town of Merix. And this is actually, interestingly enough, another town that is actually mentioned in one of the other Lufias, namely in Lufia 4, where they're referring to Merix at some point. Just a neat little side note there. I'm going to buy a couple big boomers because we need a bunch of them. I'm going to buy 2 Gladiuses and a Quash for Selen. That's all we need there. And I'm going to be buying some spells. Because I beat Gades, I got 50,000 gold from him, so, you know, money-wise, we're in a good position. Got like 28k left, even though normally in a run, you'd be next to broke right now. So, really, really helpful to have that money in the back.
We could gamble it all in the casino.
We could gamble it all in the casino, but that would be a bit of a waste. And, you know, gambling is bad, okay?
And not in this game.
That's fair.
The more you gamble, the more you win.
So, yeah, so we're going to go into a cave that's pretty much known as Character Development Cave. This is, like, not a very interesting cave. There's 2 chests here that we're going to be grabbing. That was the first one, and there's one later on. It's also, interestingly enough, the only cave where escape doesn't actually work, which makes it a little bit trickier during the cleanup later. But other than that, this cave really has not much to offer. We're gonna go into this room and we'll see the, you know, it's a dead end, and Tia starts walking around. We tell her that it's careless, and, you know, she falls into some hole. Maxim's like, but we should find some stairs so we can help her, and Selen just jumps down, and pretty good that she did. Otherwise, Tia would have been in a lot of trouble there. And now we're like, yeah, we really shouldn't be so careless anymore, because, you know, it might be dangerous. And, well, Selen starts walking around, falls into a gap, and this time Maxim does immediately jump after her as well. Of course, Selen could easily take care of herself, so, you know, nothing to worry about.
Tia has a small little crush on us, but
Yeah,
Maxim...
Tia may or may not have a bit of a crush on Maxim.
Maxim doesn't see it.
Okay, this is fine that it's a surprise attack. It kind of sucks, but I know at least that this is the one that I need to kill. That's why I walked into it like this, because there were 2 that I was going to possibly be triggering here, and at least now I know I have the good one. The fight itself, pretty straightforward. You just throw a few boomers.
I can run away from this one.
I break the orb and we're done here. That was all there was to this dungeon.
Super difficult.
And, you know, we meet up with this guy, and he's going to restore the bridge for us. This is the true speedrunner of building bridges, by the way.
Yep.
Much better than in FF1, much better than in Lufia 1. This guy is actually pretty fast.
No idea where you got the planks from. You know.
I mean, he came in prepared. He was planning to build it anyway, but the monsters were getting in his way, because of which he couldn't make any progress.
Yeah.
So he probably already had it. Anyway, we enter the Bound Kingdom, and this is where we're going to be probably the generally considered best character in the game, except we all know Tia is better. Idura comes in, walking into the castle, and well, Decker comes out and, you know, asks who the hell he thinks he is. And Idura just sends a bunch of monsters his way.
Decker is basically guy on steroids.
This guy is...
He is crazy strong.
He is really strong. He's not very smart, though.
No. But he doesn't need to be.
So, you know, he kills all of the monsters, except that one red jelly in the corner there, in one go. Easy every time. Idura tries to get away. Decker tries to be a smart-ass, but doesn't quite succeed at it. And, well, the prince comes running out. Because, you know, there is that one tiny monster remaining. And the prince, he actually thinks he's a really strong guy. So he starts to fight the monster that's attacking his castle, because that's what a prince should do. And see, you know, he gets rid of the monster.
He got him with a nice 360, though.
That's true.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's basically the weakest monster in the game, so...
Yeah. Apparently, it was really tanky if he survived Decker's hit.
Yeah, apparently he is.
I don't know.
But we meet up with Decker, and you know, he immediately wants to duel. But you know, we've been weary because we've been journeying for like a little over an hour and a half already. So you know, we're kind of tired at this point. And well, he understands, and he asks us to introduce us to the lovely ladies next to us or behind us. We've got Tia, our childhood friend, and Selen, the Parslite warrior, whom Decker, of course, has already heard of, because you know she's kind of famous all over the world. Anyway, let's go talk to the king, see what's up. There is still that Idura situation, because he did get away. And it turns out Idora has escaped to the North Labyrinth. Now, Decker suggests to the prince that, you know, he leaves this one for Decker because Idora is quite a bit stronger than that red jelly he just fought. But the prince, as strong and noble as he is, he's just gonna go in and save the day. The king, however, asking Decker to, you know, secretly follow behind in the hopes that, you know, the prince won't notice and actually, you know, save the prince because this is really dangerous. Decker being like, well, sure, I will, but we really ought to do something about this because this is getting out of hand. So we get into the North Labyrinth. There's a few items I'm going to get. I'm not going to actually get everything just yet, but there are a few things we want to grab. First and foremost, the Thunder Ring, which we'll be using for a boss a little bit later on in the game.
Yeah, the Thunder Ring increases the power of every thunder attack and spell.
Not to mention it has Bolt as its secondary ability, which is actually helpful for
the
one of
level
the
2
bosses.
thunder spell, basically. Very good. This puzzle might seem really hard, but if you walk into it the same same way every time, it's actually really easy.
That sword control a little bit, but he didn't,
It's,
luckily. This is a room to be careful for, because you can easily get ambushed. A little bit of a movement puzzle here. This is one of the chests we actually do have to grab right now, because there's a dragon egg here. We also see, again, one of the capsule monsters on the corner right there. That is Flash, the light capsule monster. But we get the
by
dragon
far
egg.
the best.
Easily.
Easily the best.
Except for
absolutely.
Buttfish.
Flash is
And we're going to do another
horrible.
minor glitch here. This is a really cool little trick. By solving that puzzle and then immediately unsolving it, the bridge comes up, but, you know, that happens and I can start walking immediately. It saves a few seconds. It's like marginal amounts of time, but it's kind of cool to show off. Are we full health? We are, okay.
Swag strats.
That is one of the reasons, by the way, this category is called No Major Glitches and not Glitchless. Even though,
Yeah.
you know, it's still widely considered a glitchless category, despite little tricks like that. So we find Idora, and the prince has been captured already, and, you know, we're going to get stuck here. And he starts sending monsters our way, because why not? Oh, Tia is actually faster at this point. Interesting. Okay. That's whatever.
Okay. So her health level ups were really bad, but her agility is really good. Okay.
I guess that is the case. That is fine, though.
Really easy boss fight then.
Yeah. In regular no major glitches, these can actually be a little bit tricky, but because of all of the additional levels we got by beating Gades, this thing is easy.
These guys can actually paralyze you.
Yep, except for Selen, because she has the Pearl Brace, which gives immunity against it.
But yeah, also weak to fire, just like the mummies.
Yeah, or at least the fire will deal enough damage. And of course, you know, Idora is like, well, I can just keep sending monsters your way indefinitely. It's not a big deal. And then Decker comes to save the day. So Idora gets away. Decker restores the bridge here and saves the prince from Idora. The prince now realizing he might not be as strong as he thought he was. And, you know, that'll be an interesting conversation the two of them are going to have. But we'll leave that for another day.
One of my favorite moments comes up.
Yeah, also Decker is like... so
Yeah.
we're like, yeah, okay, maybe that Decker guy isn't as stupid as we thought he is. So he then just walks away. And,
He
well,
immediately comes back.
he kind of forgot how to open the door. And,
You put
know,
the pillar on the switch. Oh, thank you.
yeah, he is...
Okay, maybe he was a little bit dumb.
maybe he is.
But
Okay.
one of my favorite parts of
So we're going to remove
story.
everything from her. I'm going to equip the Thunder Ring on her, and then the Mind Ring there. Heal up, and escape out. And it's off to the Bound Kingdom, and as we enter Bound, the guard at the gate talks to us, and it turns out Gades actually came in to talk to the king as while we were gone. So let's see what he actually told the king. And he tells us that it wasn't really a conversation, it was more a warning. Gades came in and told him that he was going to destroy the Bound Kingdom as well as sink Sime Island, which is the island that Parcelite is on. There weren't any demands, that was just a warning. And, you know, he was planning to do that anyway, because reasons, I guess. We figure, okay, this is going to be really dangerous, so maybe Tia and Selen shouldn't be coming with us. Because #feminism, I guess. So, you know, the Decker and me, we're gonna go into that really difficult boss that we just fought without any healers, because that is smart. Luckily, Guy comes walking up. It turns out that his sister is doing a lot better again, so he's gonna join our party as well. So, you know, between the three of us, we've got 3 guys and no healers to go to that really, really difficult boss that we fought earlier. In the meantime, Selen and Tia are going to be sent back to Parcelite to warn everybody, because hopefully if it's them mentioning it, they will understand the severity of the problem and actually evacuate the place.
Yeah,
So,
Grove Squad.
So off to the next dungeon. And this is probably one of the easiest dungeons to lose time on. There is a lot of little ways that you can just lose tons of time because enemies can be really annoying in this place. That might not have... There we go.
Yeah.
Need Maxim in the back row here.
We never explained back row front row.
I did.
You did?
Yeah, I did. When we got Guy, I quickly glossed over it. Anyway, we see a new sort of pillar. The game kind of explains it here. The pink pillars can move walls that are movable. However, even though that is a thing, they're only ever in this dungeon. So, I guess, but we don't ever get to use it again. So we just kill these guys using big boomers.
Okay. 2 minuten. Ik wil wel, dus ik kan niet eten.
So we move the pumpkin onto a button there. And we start moving this thing. Okay, I gotta be careful with my movement here. There's some of these rooms are pretty easy to do, but there's also a few where, you know, the enemies are really, really close together, and you really gotta watch out. Hidden door over here, even though it wasn't really that well hidden, is it? Stun that guy. Okay, coming up is the first of the items that we're going to be grabbing in this place. There's actually, this is a pretty tight room, but there's actually 3 chests in here. Yeah, I figured he would. This is kind of a common theme with this room. It's kind of RNG how exactly they move, but you want to avoid the buffaloes more than anything.
Yeah, this is
So we
really,
get
really difficult room.
We get the pumpkin jewel because we do kind of need that. And we're going to just go up here. So pretty straightforward puzzle. We just need to put all of the blocks and then we can hook shot the button. That's so we can step on top of that button, which unlocks a path to another switch later on. Now here's another one of those rooms where it's kind of just down to having to kill every enemy in the room. There's 2 rooms in total in this dungeon that have that, and both of them have items behind it that we need to get. And it makes this dungeon a really annoying dungeon to have to backtrack through. So hopefully we won't have to do that. If we do, then it's not a major issue, but we'll see.
Damage range.
Yeah, it's in the back row, so he's a damage
Yeah.
range. It's fine though. So, you know, Maxim not really being a very good healer, but I guess we'll have him heal for a lack of having a better one. Snail, same story. There we go. Now this one is a little bit annoying. So we need to get the key. There is a breakable wall in the back there, which leads to a miracle, but right now we just don't want to get that just yet. Because that one is one of the few chests where it's kind of debatable whether it would be faster to get it or not. It might be, but it might also not be. It's kind of... Yeah, we kind of don't know.
Yeah.
I opt to not go for it.
It's just annoying.
It could cause some annoying issues later on. Anyway, let's go. So we give him the Gades Blade, which is a really powerful weapon, and the Eagle Rock. You get the Pumpkin Jewel. Decker gets the Gladius. And this is Strongest Anger Brace. Maybe I should keep him on the Fire Dagger. And with that, we're pretty much set up for the next boss. And this next boss is my favorite fight in all of 100%. Like, the entire 100% category, this fight is just... It's fantastic. You guys will love it. Oh, whoops. That's fine, though. It's actually not a major deal if they attack Decker, because he kind of needs IP anyway. Plus, there's a heal coming up, so at the end of the day, it's not a really big issue.
Not a really easy puzzle.
Yeah, just 4 buttons you need to press. This one's kind of tricky. This is actually the... Oh.
Other way around.
I never know which way
Nope,
it is.
me neither.
This is actually, surprisingly, the puzzle that as a kid I got stuck on the longest, even though it's, you know, that simple.
First try.
I could not figure it out as a kid.
Well, that was the hardest puzzle in the game. We've done it. This is just really annoying.
This is a very random puzzle. We need to select one of the 3 monsters as to which one do we expect to win. Statistically, the skeleton is most likely to win, so you'll go for him, but he can troll a lot. And that's one of those random parts that can either lose you or save you a lot of time.
Yeah.
And there's nothing you can do to influence it either. So, are you ready for the most amazing fight in the entire game?
Yeah.
Don't blink, because you will miss it if you blink.
Yeah, I'm ready.
This fight is just, it's fantastic.
This feels great. So you're gonna think, without healers? How? How are you gonna do that? Just watch.
So he goes for a Destructo Wave. He's a little weaker than last time, but, you know, he's still pretty powerful. But here we go. Octo Strike!
Sit back and enjoy.
Remember that 7.5 minute fight we did earlier? Remember how fun that was? Yeah, that was it. This was Gades.
7 attacks. That's it.
Octo Strike is a move, or is an ability that causes us to attack 8 times. By Battle Lusting beforehand, we actually upped our attack and then do that attack 8 times in a row, basically one-shotting the boss. Like one ability to one-shot this guy. That's all there is to it. However, as he dies, he moves back, the corridor collapses, and he sets off a trigger to sink Sime Island anyway. Also, I really need to pay attention here because there's a chest here, and if I miss it, there is no way that I can get it back. This is one of the 4 chests that you can miss that you cannot recover if you missed it. So if I forget it here, 100 or 98% would be dead. But yeah, we meet up with Selen and Tia, who came after us because she was they were worried. Tia figures, okay, well if you're going, I'm going with you, but you know the corridor is collapsed, so it's literally impossible.
Somewhere in this part of the dungeon, there are actually tablets on the wall that tell you blue is arrow, red is a bomb. But we just know it from top of our heads.
So that magic bikini right there is so important. The item itself doesn't do anything useful for us. We're never going to be using it. But if you don't get it now, you can never get it.
This one's neat. So
you just need to sync the 2 up.
Yeah.
As a kid, I always thought that, you know, you needed to switch all of them, but you just need to sync them up and that's it. But yeah, with the 2 statues gone, we can set up a switch here and we trigger the mechanism for the syncing to stop. However, it was quite a powerful mechanism and, you know, we get knocked unconscious. Iris, however, is saving us from death here.
Once again.
And warping us back to Parcelite.
That's, what, 4th time she teleports us out? 3rd time?
It's the 3rd time she saves us.
Yeah.
She saves us at Kemu, then after Gades, and then now again. So Selen comes up to us, she starts crying, she's really happy that we're safe. And, Lemmy, who she mentioned earlier too, that, you know, girls shouldn't cry too easily. And Guy says that, you know, this is a good time to cry. Tia, however, not being able to cry, and she tells us that, you know, back when she was a kid, because her name sounded a lot like Tear, she would get teased all the time. And Maxim said, you know, you shouldn't cry so easily. And since then, she has never cried since. And she feels that she's unable to cry. She can't face Maxim right now because she's afraid she will start to cry. And she tells Decker that she is still in love with Maxim, but not the warrior Maxim. She can't stand to see him leave to a dangerous place. And because of that, she's going to leave right now. That is going to be the last we'll be seeing of Tia for a good while.
Which is also why we unequipped her.
Yep.
Otherwise you would have lost all these items.
And, well, not too long after, there's going to be a wedding. Because, you know, Maxim and Selen, they did not hesitate to celebrate the happiness, I guess.
They met each other like an hour ago, not even.
Yeah, about an hour ago. Yeah. It was like a little before the 1 hour mark. So, well, you know.
Now they're married.
Well, an hour ago they met and now they're married. You know, it's all good thoughts.
Spoiler alert, in 2 minutes they have their own child.
Yeah. Guy does mention that, you know, they've met a month ago is when in game time at least, that it's when they fought Gades. So they've only known each other for like 2 months at most, and, you know, they're already married.
Yeah.
But, you know, I guess. Turns out there's some monsters in the southern part of the castle, and Selen's like, but, you know, this is our wedding day. Can't you lighten up a bit? And Maxim's like, but don't you have your sword under your dress right there? She's like, yeah, I kind of feel naked without it. So, you know, they go off to fight some monsters because it's their wedding day.
They had armor and weapons and everything under their
wedding clothes.
Yeah, okay,
so, you know, I
sure.
guess.
Sure. Makes sense, right?
So, you know, and with that, spring comes, and, you know, happy thoughts, I guess. There's peace in the world, all the big monsters are gone. It's happy times.
I love this music, by the way. It's so happy.
Yeah, unfortunately, you only get to hear it here.
Yeah.
But basically we get some story development between Maxim and Selen as the married couple. In spring we see about Selen having made some deep fried jelly, which we're not quite sure if it's edible, but I guess. Summertime, it's really hot out, and so they're going to go to the beach, and apparently Selen has a very small swimsuit, but this time she just has a bathing suit. So
Remember the magic bikini?
yeah, I guess that has a history. Anyway, as summer ends, autumn comes, and autumn is a great season for practice. So we actually get to see this for once. The two of them can end up on top of each other, but it's very, very rare. You only get to see that very, very. It's only on rare occasions that you can see the two of them.
I've never seen them before.
Yeah, I've seen it a few times, but it's incredibly rare. But yeah, the two people are now on top of each other for some reason. Autumn ends and winter comes, and winter is the season of love, I guess. And
I guess.
Maxim and Selen, or Selen asking Maxim whether he still loves her, and whether they're still happy, and they still are. And it's not too long after that Selen gets a baby boy, a Gyros.
It's your baby.
And this is technically the very first bit that leads up to Lufia 1, because that's the descendant of Maxim. However, not too long after, it's quiet, it's all good, but all of a sudden we hear sounds coming from the top floor. It turns out Idura is back, and he is here to kidnap our baby boy Gyros and take him into the North Labyrinth. So, of course, that is completely unacceptable. So let's get moving. So yeah, basic idea is we're just going to go towards the North Labyrinth. Not too much to say here. We are going to basically be grabbing every single item in here, and there is a lot of them. But we might as well. This is actually a puzzle that also does have a bit of a glitch to it that you can use, but I have not learned it. So we'll just do it the old-fashioned way, which is a little bit slower, but only by a few seconds. We get our next dragon egg, as well as 2 regular chests, the big shield and some ring or something, I think.
Yeah.
Really not at all important items. We really will not be using either of those anywhere in the run. Kobold, can you... Okay, thank you. Now for probably the puzzle I struggle with the most, and it's not because it's a difficult puzzle, but because, oh, it's that one. Okay, see? That's what I mean. Surprisingly enough, this is one of those puzzles that I always mess it up at some point.
Oh yeah.
It's a really basic puzzle, but it's really easy to make a small mistake.
Memory at what time is it now? 5 a.m.
Something like that, yeah. So you get the cold rapier, you get the
5:45. Close enough.
Yeah, trying to do memory puzzles at 5:45.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
No, thank you.
But yeah, I have heard of many a runner that, even though it is in concept the simplest puzzle in the game,
It's always the same.
It's always the same, but somehow everybody struggles with it. So we grab the fire ring. That's probably the chest I forget the most in this place. We hook shot across. Very straightforward, because there's a hidden switch back here that we need to hit. Gotta watch out for that horse to make sure he doesn't hit me. And then up here we find the key chest. Now again, a little bit of a sort of a memory puzzle. Again, the solution is the same every single time. But this one's pretty easy to remember.
Yeah.
And we get the light key. Now we could just walk back because there's a teleporter, but instead we're just gonna escape out because that's faster. There's 2 dungeons where even though there's a teleporter, it's just faster to use escape. There's this and one of the last dungeons in the game. So we'll be seeing that again later on.
Sneaky kobold behind the pillar.
Yeah, those enemies are quite mean sometimes. Luckily, that was pretty okay this time around. Thank you.
Can you turn, please?
Yeah.
I know that all too well with
Yeah,
Ancient Cave.
Ancient Cave, it's worse though.
Yeah,
There a mess up
lot
actually
worse.
matters. Here it's like, whatever. It's like 1 second or whatever.
Generally, the rooms are way smaller and there are way more enemies in the room. And less, less space to actually move around in.
So yeah, we get the B rock there, and then last but not least, the Cancer rock down here. And with that, we're pretty much done. So,
Probably one of my favorite rocks in the game.
so it's pretty useful in the cave, isn't it?
But really, really useful. But you barely or not at all use it here, right?
No, we don't use it. It's good for the cave, but not for any percent.
Yeah, basically the Cancer Rock allows you to attack twice. And it doesn't take your entire IP either, so it's really good. Also, baby on the ground.
So, Idura says that, you know, if we come any closer, then he'll kill the baby. Because, you know, he was sent by a certain somebody to end our bloodline. But Iris comes in to save the day.
Again.
Again. And this is starting to get a recurring theme, isn't it?
Yeah, gets a
right,
bit old.
Trick. So we get to fight Idura, this time for real. We're using Trick on Dex to up our attack a bit. We have an ice weapon, and Idura happens to be weak to ice moves, so pretty easy fight here. Basic idea is just we heal up with Selen, and we use as many ice attacks as we can with Maxim. If he summons a companion, this is where I can use the Thunder Ring to use Bolt, and that will instantly kill a companion. Ideally, we don't see companions though, because it is still slow.
He's behaving.
There we go. I probably could use Plasma Blaster, but the Cold Rapier IP, but I don't think it's going to be worth it anymore. He's pretty close to dying at this point. Yeah, I thought so. So good call on not using that. That way I can save it up for the next boss. So Iris tells us that, you know, because of now having gotten it, or that, you know, our destiny was to actually die after beating Gades, and then peace would have returned to the world. But because we survived and we got ourselves a descendant, we have to pick up our sword again, and it's time for us to journey once more. We're gonna leave Jeros with Selen's aunt, and well, it's time for us to go back on a journey.
We leave her kid behind, just like that. To
Yep.
Nanny. Nanny's gonna take care of her kid for a very, very long time.
Yeah, it'll be a while before we'll get back here.
Yeah.
Okay, I still have that becomes that. And we'll warp towards the Bound Kingdom, because we're just going to continue our journey. I want to take it somewhat slow here, mostly because there are some enemies that can kind of troll me if I don't watch out. And as we go, well, Guy and Decker were already waiting for us, because, you know, they would notice a big enemy making a move as well. So time for us to, you know, to get some progress and get, you know, our 2 tanks back on the team.
Very glad they are back.
Yeah, they're really useful, actually.
It's kind of dull with just 2 characters. More
Trying to
ship.
buy some spells. Blizzard, because several enemies are going to be weak to ice soon, and stronger because, you know, it's quite an upgrade. I'm also going to buy a bunch of ice balls, which we'll be using on bosses later on. Now, the story here goes that in that town, well, we kind of need a ship. But every single ship has been sunk, and the one shipbuilder in town, Jihad, who's actually really famous, he's apparently really, really good, said he wasn't going to be building another ship until he found the ghost ship, or the phantom tree, through which he could build like the best ship out there. So he's currently on Phantom Tree Mountain and hasn't even heard that all the ships have been destroyed. So we're gonna go after him, see what's up. There's also one enemy you'll see a lot starting this point, which are bees, and well, not the bees.
Not the bees.
They are a pain. They move very randomly. They're much faster than any party member, as you guys already saw in that random encounter, and they are just a pain to deal with.
Yeah, some of them also have an AoE attack.
Yep.
That can basically attack your entire party. It deals quite a bit of damage.
Yep. Immobilize
And
is.
it can actually paralyze you as well.
Yeah.
Just to make it worse.
Immobilize is a terrible move to have to go through.
Yeah. It's a good thing you're as over-leveled as you are at the moment.
Yeah, basically, because of having done the Gades part, we're basically on a casual level right now, which makes this really, really easy.
In the ancient cave, though. Ooh.
Yeah, bees can easily kill you in the cave.
So yeah, whenever I see the bees, I'm scared. Nope.
Just trying to think whether I could salvage that, but I went one tile too far to the right there. That's how you're supposed to do it.
Yep.
We're gonna get the next tool. This time it's gonna be the fire arrow, which actually doesn't have a lot of uses, but there are a few places where we'll need it. It stuns enemies, much like the regular arrow and the hookshot do, so that at least is a little bit useful, and there's a few puzzles we need it for.
Yep.
Basic idea is just you shoot it and you burn away any bushes that are in its path. This is the first puzzle where we will end up using it.
Not too difficult.
It's kind of an introduction to the thing. We'll use the reset glitch again. Make sure that that's done. I gotta be kind of careful to make sure I don't actually fall here. We will need to do that during the cleanup because there is an item down there, but right now we really don't want to. And in the next room, we're going to get a bit of a hookshot puzzle. It's a pretty easy puzzle to do. Gotta watch out for the enemies real quick, but so far so good. Yeah, that was good. And then there is one more here. We're gonna wait until he's on the button. We stun him, hookshot over, stun him again, and we can just keep moving. Okay, solid Phantom Tree Mountain.
It's not too hard of a dungeon.
Nah, it's not, but it's easy. Like, there are a lot of little things that are easy to mess up here, and luckily that wasn't the case. Yeah, I'll use a strong there. It's more than enough. So we meet up with Jihad. So it turns out that, you know, all of the ships are destroyed. And, well, at least that means his time here is going to be worthwhile. But it turns out there's this really powerful monster, some lions that are in the way. So, well, let's see what these lions are going to be like. I did not sort, did I? Yeah, I did not. That's fine. Just means a little bit more menuing there. So attacks on Selen are the ones we don't want to see. Ideally, we want to see an attack on Decker, because after this fight, I want to have that IP bar on Decker as full as possible. Ideally, entirely filled up. because that will speed up a boss later on. We'll see whether that happens or not. Sometime in a regular run, it's pretty easy to get it filled up. In Hundo, it more often than not is not filled up. It loses about like 30 seconds if it doesn't get filled up here. So it's not a massive time loss. It's not worth it for me to stall it out, but it would be helpful for me to have it filled.
I guess we can use a scratch now.
Yeah, scratch would be actually kind of helpful.
Too bad. They really don't like Salon today.
No. That means we're probably not going to get it filled up. Like I said, it's about a 30-second time loss. It's not major. It's kind of RNG whether you have full IP or not. I can work around not having it just fine, so it's not a major issue. The reason it's easier, actually, in a regular no major glitches run is because normally the Gades 2 fight, the one that we one-shot, takes a lot longer. So you get a lot more chances for him to attack Decker as well. In 100%, you're much more reliant on these guys. Okay, good fight, other than the fact that, you know, Decker didn't get anything out of it. Like I said, though, that's not necessarily a big issue. And we find the Phantom Tree, which is quite big. So Jihad is like, okay, I'll go back to town, I'll organize a party, and we'll go get this tree and build that ship. We figure, well, just wait up, we'll just warp you there. Because we can. He gets a little spell sick because of it, but it should go over quickly enough. Well, and with that, well, Guy and Decker, they're going to go party in town. And, you know, we're going to be the responsible adults here. And we're just going to go relax in town a bit. And, you know, I know how I like to spend my time relaxing. We're just going to go to bed.
In bed. And then we wake up. And what do we do again?
Well, we need to wait another day, so let's just go back to bed. We need to wait 2 days. It doesn't matter how we spent them, but we need to wait 2 days, so we just have to go to the inn twice there.
I know what I'm gonna do after BSG.
Oh, definitely.
Go to bed, wake up, and go to bed again.
So yeah, the ship by now is done, and that means we can actually go to 2 places. We can go to Gruberik, which is where the ancient cave is, which is that one dungeon we weren't going to do. And we can go to Narcissus. I am going to take a really quick visit to Gruberik, because there is one item that I kind of want to get here.
It pains me to skip Gruberik. It pains me.
Well, you can say hi to the town real quick.
Many good and bad memories lie in this place.
Oh, absolutely. I think both of us have spent more time on this little island than we'd like to admit.
You wanna go say hi to the Irish lady?
We could later.
We kind of have to, you know?
I guess. So mostly we're here for those sleep balls. Since we're here, why not? So this is Mitch's waifu right here. This is the lady that tells you, or that this is where you display the Irish treasures.
That's where I got my world record, in that one room.
It's also where I got the world record like 2 years ago. Good memories right there. But yeah, with that out of the way, we're going to go to Narcissus. And you may have heard this name before, because if you may recall, back when we were in Clementa, we got that ruby apple. And he mentioned that he had sold the other apple to a rich man in Narcissus. Well, that's where we're going to go next. So let's quickly pay a visit to this town. It's just your average port town. Nothing too special here.
It's nice to have your own pirate ship, though.
You and your pirates. But as soon as we enter the stairs here, we hear a flute, and all the unmarried women leave town. They all say that they have to go to the tower.
Even the very young girl.
So she tells us that that she has to go to the North Tower as she hears the sound. However, Selen doesn't seem to be influenced, and that's how we know that, you know, even though, you know, these are all young women, it's about the unmarried young women. This tower, by the way, aptly named the Tower of Sacrifice. So, you know, it's Decker's turn to save the day, and he's gonna go to the tower, save those lovely ladies. Now, you know, as Guy and Decker are discussing who of the two is going to be saving the ladies, Maxim and Selen are like, yeah, let's just go.
Well, what was that about Guy having a girlfriend already?
Oh yeah, Guy does have a girlfriend, right?
Just dropping it out there, you know.
He needs to get the Pfizer shield. I'd almost forget that. So that dragon-like enemy right there, I have hit him more times than I'd like to admit.
Yeah.
Because he happens, like, at the start of the dungeon, he spawns behind the text box saying Tower of Sacrifice. So it's very easy to miss him. So I have hit him many a time. Luckily this time, you know, I realized it in time and we did not have that problem. So a little puzzle here that we're supposed to solve. There's a little path there. Normally you'd go through the door, you'd see it on the other side, and that's how you can trigger it. But, you know, since we know it's there, we can just go through it like that.
Yeah, these two black orbs you saw, basically, they push you back. They are like a force field.
They don't push you back, I don't think. They reset a switch or something.
Oh yeah. Well, whatever. And like
same story,
yeah.
basically. They basically cause you to have to redo everything.
In a different dungeon, they would have pushed you back.
Yeah, there are other dungeons
Yeah.
where they push you back. Actually, there is another puzzle in this dungeon itself where it happens as well. So yeah, we drop the wall down here because there's a hidden item back here, which is this chest, which is the ice ring.
Do not want to walk into these evil fish, as they're called. They attack everyone and they can spawn up with up to 4 of them. If
Yeah,
it's the same one as in the cave? I
Yeah,
think it is.
they are. They're a little less dangerous because we have a lot better equipment and a lot better levels, but yes.
They're not fun, usually. The samurai are really annoying as well, but thankfully we have the hook shot.
Okay, this is a really cool trick we can do here. Basically what we're going to do is we're going to place a bomb in the corner here, push it up, and we can just skip the entire puzzle.
Wow. I hadn't seen that one yet.
That one is wrong. Yeah, that's actually a little trick. You have to do it perfectly in order to get it, but it's really cool when you get to show it off. So we just solved both of the puzzles. We basically put it in the 2 back corners and just work in a grid pattern from there, with the exception of the last one. See if we can get it. Nice. Got it again.
Oh man.
That's 3 for 3.
Well, first one was on second try. I still
and then-
give it to you.
And in that case, it's 4 for 4. I will take that. That's better than my average marathon run in that.
I will give it to you.
See, I will just save here for safety. In one of the next rooms, we actually have the best soft lock or the best hard lock that has ever happened in this game. A German runner of this game, Voltas, he actually hard locked in this next room with the game saying the game is over now.
I've seen that. Yeah.
That is the best. Like, I don't know if anybody's in chat that happens to know the highlight. Feel free to link that. It is probably the best highlight out there.
I think links get timed out though.
Don't think so.
Okay, cool.
And if not, you know, one of the host or tech guys can probably give somebody permission for it. It's a fantastic highlight. Strongly recommend watching that. Anyway, you know, we get trapped here much like the ladies. However, Decker manages to stay out of that. And, you know, because Decker is as powerful as he is, Idora is going to leave. But then Decker walks into the trap, the cage opens up, and, you know, definitely proves Decker might not have been that smart guy. So he is going to break open the cage here. He actually loses this ability in one of the later Lufias, where he just can't break open a door. But yeah, here is the game's over, and then the here was still on screen, I believe, and it showed as if it was, or is it one of? It might have been one of the earlier ones actually. I don't know. Doesn't matter. So pretty straightforward fight here. Ice balls with the guys, sleep balls with Maxim, blizzard for Selen.
Good.
So we're basically just gonna try to sleep lock him, make him unable to do just about anything. And in the meantime, we'll just slowly but steadily kill him off. Pretty straightforward boss, really. By the way, in this dungeon, there is one of the capsule monsters as well, Gusto, the capsule monster of wind.
Nobody likes him.
He's alright. He's kind of the underdog of the capsule monsters, I suppose. He's probably the least used one, though.
Yeah. Yeah, he's usually faster than your party, so it's just annoying. Like you try to run away and he still gets an attack in, you know, just eats away time.
Yeah, and he kind of has the and casually he's kind of an underdog as well, because he's kind of in an odd position in the run. He's not really that easy or that useful to get at this point, and you basically usually would have a different one that's better. And it's not really the element you'll use a lot. I mean, it's the element of wind. So, you know, that's kind of a thing as well. So, yeah, we defeat Idora, and, you know, all of these lovely ladies get picked up by all of their boyfriends that came to save the day here as well. So, you know, they're all good. And, well, Decker, he's gonna be alone for a little while longer. But he needs no women because his sword is his true love. Now, next up, we're gonna come up on another dungeon where I cannot miss a single chest. This is the other place in the run where if I forget a chest here, it would be done for 98%. And it'd be 97% instead. Luckily, all of them are pretty quick to grab and pretty easy to find. So we're just gonna casually walk that way. There's a bunch of bees here, so I kind of have to flash a lot. But it's all about this shrine. It turns out Idora has gone into the Crrool North Shrine. Gotta watch out for that snail. So yeah, this dungeon in and of itself is probably one of the most straightforward dungeons in the game. Like I said, there's a few items that we need to grab. First and foremost, there is the Decker Blade, which is probably the most powerful item in the game. Its IP attack is a move that will deal 50% of the current health of the enemy, regardless of what enemy it is. It works on bosses as well. So, you know, you'll instantly deal 50% of all health. However, I need full IP for it on Decker, which I don't have. And that is what we would have used had we had full IP. And that's why it saves about 30 seconds to have that. We're also going to pick up this one, the Lion Fang. That's both of the two chests before the boss. There's one after the boss we also still need to get. Strongest and the Lion Fang.
This is pretty neat. Might not be that obvious, but I like it.
Actually, I don't need to do that because I don't have the Decker blade, so I don't have to worry about equipment as much.
And that's the third time.
Yeah, this is the last time we're going to be fighting Idora. He has lured us this deep into a dungeon. Wait, why does... Oh, he has the kite shield. Interesting. And we're just going to use Blizzard. So yeah, basically the same story as before.
Still weak to sleep.
Still weak to sleep, still weak to ice.
Didn't learn anything from last battle.
Nice crit.
Nice double.
Yeah, that too. Ooh, the confusion on Selen. That's not good.
Selen whipping her husband. Okay, she normalized at least.
I'll use Fleet with Maxim to be Fleet on Maxim. I guess their agility is currently too close still, which causes him to sometimes be faster and sometimes be slower. Because turn 1 he was slower than me.
Yeah. Two misses. Wow.
Yeah, the misses is fine though. That just means he's still asleep.
Oh right. Yeah, he was moving up now.
Yeah, but I'm gonna play it safe regardless. Like, it's not a whole lot of damage you get out of an ice wall from Maxim, so
Now he is awake.
yeah. Now he woke up.
Even though he didn't say it on top, he's and now he's asleep again. Basically, we can tell from like how his sprite is moving during like downtime. So he's awake again, and now he's asleep again because he didn't say miss.
Yeah, the sleep balls are a guaranteed hit on this guy, so unless of course he's already asleep. So unfortunately, he has set off a trap because, you know, that's what Idora does all the time, I guess. And because of that, we can't escape. And we meet up with Iris, who's in the back here.
Iris is God.
And turns out we can't escape out. He blocked it, and he is going to destroy the entire shrine. Second boss, I guess, that tries to destroy a dungeon with us inside.
Yeah. Well, third, if you call Gades, count Gades as well.
I guess.
So,
Well, Gades
sort of.
Gades didn't destroy the tower, though. He just wants to sing sign.
Well, kill Maxim still.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, so there's one chest left, and that's this one. I have to get that here. If I forget the Fury Ring, it's done with 98 as well. But we got it, so we're good.
That's a neat little trick that got discovered about half a year ago.
Yeah, something like that.
By Almegas. Basically, it works like with the R button, you can actually turn your character without actually using a turn or taking a step, basically. If you hold the R button, then you press the directional button and then swing your sword. The game still thinks that your character is moving even though you're standing still. So the enemies still move along with basically what your movement would have been.
So yeah, we find the cause of whatever is blocking the escape. Decker destroys it, but he gets caught by Idora, and with the shrine destroyed, with Decker inside, we are gonna have to say goodbye to Decker. Can I get some Bible thumbs in the chat for our good friend Decker, who unfortunately did not make it out?
Bible Thumb 7.
But you know, for us, there's no time to mourn his death. We are gonna have to continue our journey because, well, I mean, we still have a world to save.
And we already forgot about him, basically.
Yeah, this is it. This is, you know.
We still have his sword. That's about it.
We did take his sword.
Yep. We could sell it for money, you know.
Which
Nobody
we
needs-
will.
Yeah, nobody needs it anymore. Can wield it anyway, so.
So yeah, we get to Triadol, and we kind of need a ship because, you know, that's useful. And it turns out that, you know, Lexus is selling he's some professor. He's selling a ship for a pretty low price for some reason. And you know, we figured he seems a little untrustworthy, so let's go meet up with him, see what he's like. And we get to Shia Laboratory 1.
This is a little puzzle. If you would take the wrong route, basically, you would fall down and you had to walk all the way back to the start of this place, and then do it all over again, which takes about like 15 seconds. It's not that massive, but it's the first time you do this, a bit of a trial and error. Lexus is gonna show
His latest invention. He actually
His
invented a way to combine oil and air to create movement into an engine. But the ship that he's selling isn't actually powerful enough. So, you know, as that thing explodes, we're like, okay, let's just ask Jia to build us a ship instead. At least that way we'll know it won't explode in the middle of the ocean. And he's like, wait, but he wasn't gonna do that until he found the Phantom Tree. And we're like, yeah, we found that for him. So he figures, oh, well, that's cool. Then, you know, that ship would be strong enough for the engine. He also shows us the chemograph, which has shown 2 major spikes in energy lately, both during the fights with Gades. And, well, he measures our energy, and it turns out we're quite powerful. So he asks who we are, and we're just a bunch of crazies trying to pick a fight with some Sinistrals. And he wants in. He tells us that, you know, if you guys can give me that ship, and I'm allowed to join your party, I will give you the engine for free, which will allow for a lot faster movement throughout the world. So, you know, it's pretty useful.
Yeah. It's a shame, really. Like, Decker, basically the strongest character in the game, we trade him for Lexus, and he's not that great, really.
He's probably like the weakest character in the game in some ways. He is actually quite useful for this run, mostly because of the way that we can equip him, which makes him quite powerful still, but
stat-wise, he's not that great, no.
So, Jia tells us, but, you know, an existing ship would be a lot cheaper, and he's like, and then we mentioned that, you know, we need to, from the Phantom Tree for that engine, and he's like, oh, dude, that's done? Okay, I'll be on it. Where are you guys staying? I'll make sure to get over there. So, you know, that's almost the correct town. That happens a lot.
Oh, yeah.
And into Triadol, we're gonna meet the waifu of a really good friend of mine. I quickly want to give a shout out to ZNT Saito. He's the current world record holder for the Gades % category of this game, and you know, he and Lufia, that's kind of a thing apparently. But yeah, we meet up with Lufia, and she's selling flowers on the street, you know, to kind of keep her family.
Final Fantasy 7.
Yeah, Final Fantasy 7, anyone? But yeah, she's selling flowers to, you know, make sure that, you know, her brother and sister still have food. But she's worked herself into exhaustion, and, well, we're gonna... She also quickly mentions that, you know, there was this flower she saw on the mountain. Beautiful flower, most beautiful she'd ever seen. We're gonna use a spell on her, Drowsy, which will put her to sleep. And we tell the kids, you know, once she's rested up completely, she'll wake up naturally again.
At least we didn't use the stronger sleep spell, Coma, on her. That would have been a little bit too much, I guess.
That might have been a bit of an overkill.
Yeah,
you know. And, you know, since we have got nothing better to do, since we still need to wait for that ship, how about we go look for this beautiful flower? So, you know, from saving the world into flower picking in, like, 3 minutes.
Sounds about right. Japanese RPG, right?
Yeah, I guess so. We're gonna find another tool here, the hammer. That's the last of the items that we're gonna get as well. We now have all 5. Which we can use to break rocks and open up walls. Really, really useful.
And push pillars.
Yep, and push pillars. You get to use all of
Very
their
useful.
all of the abilities right away. So first we're gonna go to the left here because there's 2 items I need to get. There's that whoops. There's that blue chest which has a key in it, very important key. And there's also the burn sword. However, while we're here, we're gonna grab a few more items as we go along. Because why not? We need to grab them at some point, might as well do it now. Good thing about this dungeon is that pretty much all of the treasures are pretty easy to find. They're pretty quick to look for as well. So we're basically just gonna get just about everything.
And the music is great.
Yeah, the mountain theme is pretty good.
I wish you would ever hear it in the cave, but yeah.
So on top here we find another heal tile. I'm gonna jump down here. Grab ourselves that burn sword. So this is a bit of a finicky room. How these enemies move is just RNG.
Yeah.
And this is, in terms of trying to get through this, one of the worst rooms in the game.
Yeah, so the green guy underneath Crrool right now, he teleports. These Tengus, they are too wide and they just shoot everywhere, kind of like the bees. These green plants will always chase you whenever they're close to you. It's a mess.
Yeah, that room is just...
It's a complete
It can
mess.
go really well, it can go really poorly, or anything in between.
Yeah, there's just nothing you can do about it.
But you know, we got ourselves the key, so we're done with that room. That was the worst room of the game. Or not the game, but definitely the worst room of this dungeon. So, a quick little spike puzzle that we need to go through. Casually pretty difficult, but once you got it, it's pretty easy to go through it. And we'll find
Dragon egg.
yet another dragon egg. The power ring and the flying axe. And especially that flying axe is going to come into play again later. Get past those teleporting enemies. Let's move. Gotta kind of watch out in this room.
See how the Tengu just jumps 2 up, 1 down, and then 2 to the right, and
Yeah,
or 1 to
he
the right
is-
and 1 to the left
He
at
is
the same
he
turn.
is all over the place.
He can
that's-
just do whatever he wants.
Okay, so we're gonna give him the burn sword, the fire dagger, mini shield, and he gets the anchor brace. Actually, yeah, no, that's correct. And on to quick little boss fight that we need to do. Luckily, this is yet another boss that is actually vulnerable to sleep, so we can just sleep ball him turn 1. So we're gonna battle us 2 times, up our attack. And we're just gonna start sleep balling with Selen and getting him down with both Maxim and Guy. Both of them have a fire weapon, so both of them will deal super effective damage. That's why even though the fire dagger is not really that good a weapon anymore, it'll still deal a good amount of damage. And from here, we just sleep lock him and we go through the fight. Pretty easy fight, honestly. This is probably one of the more technical fights, but if you know how to do it, it's really, really easy. It's really easy to mess up as well, though. If your agility is off, then you will potentially die.
Now he's awake.
Yeah, but Selen is still faster,
Yeah,
so...
nice.
And there we go. That's it. And with that, we find, I think, the one item that pretty much shows up in every single Lufia.
Yep.
This is the Profea flower, soon to be named. And this flower actually shows up in every other Lufia. I'm not 100% confident about Lufia 3, but it is definitely in both Lufias 1 and 4.
Yep.
So it's kind of a flower that we see it for the first time here, but it kind of plays a role throughout the series. So now that we have that, our ship should just about be done. So let's go meet up with Lexus, and well, we'll see what kind of ship we got here. There we go. That's one hell of a fast ship. You know, we're speedrunners. We like fast ships, right? So yeah, we're gonna make our way to the next town with that. As we do, Crrool, feel free to go for it.
We have a 10 euro donation from D-Pad Danny. Thank you so much for your generous donation, D-Pad Danny.
Yo, D-Pad. My boy, let's go.
That's a generous donation.
So here we go. We're gonna quickly do some position swapping. We're gonna actually put Lexus to the front row because he'll be much more useful there later on. And we're gonna go into another bit of a side quest here. This is the Dunkirk Kingdom, and you know, they're in a good position right now because you know they're this town and the neighboring city of Aurelio. They're kind of making peace right now. They got the ruby icon, which they're gonna offer up to you know make an alliance between the two kingdoms. So you know we think, oh, it's all good, we can leave, but then we see a couple messengers that tell us that, you know, the ruby icon, the national treasure of Aurelio, has been stolen. So, you know, time for us to go find that back. But, you know, we don't really have time for that because, you know, the show must go on. So we're going to talk to Jaffe to see if we can get a quick imitation made out of red glass. Because, you know, at least that way we'll have something going for us. And hopefully we can stall long enough so we can find the ruby icon and restore the peace between the two cities. So, you know, we sleep over. Unfortunately, that nap right there is the only time in the game where it doesn't actually heal you, which is kind of unfortunate. That makes MP management really tight for no major glitches. For 98%, we have a bit more, so it's not really an issue here. So we warp back to Dunkirk, and we're going to talk to the prince from Aurelio. Give him that fake statue. You know, his butler is like, oh boy, that's impressive that you got it back. But the prince noticed that it was a counterfeit. He still thanks us though, because he does. It does mean that they don't have to postpone the ceremony. And the king is like, it's quite beautiful indeed. But the queen notices that it is a fake. So just as she is threatening to invade Aurelio, the princess comes walking in telling, well, everybody in the castle knew this, but it had actually, except for you two, but it had actually been stolen. He actually did arrive with the real deal. So with that, you know, the ceremony is going to be postponed, and, well, we're going to have to look for that ruby icon real soon. It also, by the way, turned out that James, the butler from the king, has been missing lately. He hasn't been seen for a few days. So up next is probably my least favorite dungeon in the game. It's not necessarily a hard dungeon, but it's an annoying dungeon. And in 100%, we may have to do this dungeon upwards of like 4 times or something. So, you know, we might be seeing this one a few more times over the course of the run.
It's not that great.
Yeah, there's a few enemies especially in here that are just really annoying to deal with.
Some backtracking. And casually you'll get lost here and it's just...
Yeah, casually this dungeon is massive. Like, it's one of the bigger dungeons in the game. And it definitely shows.
But puzzles aren't really fun. Yeah,
It's kind of a...
At least I don't like them.
Yeah, me neither. This is kind of a... Yeah, it's not a great dungeon, but you know, we gotta quickly go through it. It's not the worst. It's not a disaster.
No.
It's not too long a dungeon either, so. So you need to create 2 glass bridges. One so that you can access this one, so you can open up the second one. That does get us 2 chests, which are actually fairly good chests if we have to get a dragon egg from those. Those are fine to use. Those are the only 2 chests that I'm happy with if it ends up in there. So we get to a puzzle here where we have to move the pillar in front of the eye and then move behind it so that we don't get spotted. And then there's 4 switches that we need to hit over the course of this dungeon in order to open up the path there. This is that first bit of backtracking that Mitch was talking about. Like, you need to go in here, hit the 2 switches, and then you can go back there again. Which is kind of annoying. It's not terrible, but it's kind of out there compared to the design of most of the dungeons in the game. This one's kind of stale, I guess. It's not terrible, but...
Ooh.
That's unfortunate.
Of course they poison you.
Of course, yeah, the poison is kind of annoying. I do not have any antidotes left. It's also not a disaster because there's a full heal coming up after this dungeon, so we'll just be poisoned for this dungeon. So this is a fairly slow puzzle. We need to hit the button, or we need to put the block on the switch, then teleport to the other side, hit that same switch, and do the same for the other one.
Figuring out this puzzle, it was fun the first time, but to redo it, it just takes very long.
It's mostly just a slow puzzle to go through. We do get the key as a result, so we do kind of get a reward for it at least. And then we have to put it back into the middle and we can hit the switch. Now you may be wondering where the hell was that 4th switch then, because we still only have hit 3. Well, I put it down here earlier. There we go. That's the 4th one.
Yeah, there was an eye on the most top wall behind a vine. So we cut down the vine, shot an arrow in the eye, and then it came down.
So yeah, we backtrack a little bit here. Go back up, and now we can actually take this passage. And we'll get to probably my least favorite enemy in the game, these guys. These guys move 2 tiles for every 1 tile I move. So they're just incredibly fast.
And they chase you.
And they chase you.
Indefinitely.
Yup.
And if you would fight them, they are really fast. They have quite some HP. And they have an instant death attack. So that's very annoying to deal with.
Eagle Rock, Undead Ring,
Just,
strongest.
you know, dying also resets your IP bar, and that's something you don't want in a speedrun. Or in January, you don't really want.
So this is just one of those enemies I really have to watch out for.
Yeah. in an ancient cave, they are probably the enemy that will most likely kill your run, and I'm not even joking about that.
Yeah, you can end up in a treasure room with like 5 of them that just start chasing you all of a sudden, and it's a nightmare.
Yeah, shout out to a runner named Yenya. He once got into a treasure room that he needed to get through, and he had 8 of them in one room.
So yeah, imagine 8 of these running after you and not being able to stun them, because you can't do that in the cave.
Yeah, in the cave you don't have arrows, you don't have hooks, so movement is a lot more important and precise. Like here, hey, you shoot a hook shot and you're done. Yeah, in the cave you can do that. But at least you don't have any puzzles in an ancient cave. So that's nice.
So here we just need to make an arrow. Stun him like that.
That green salamander will always move the complete opposite of what you do. If you move up, he moves down, etc. So yeah, by the way he was placed, he would just try to bonk into you. And they're too wide. So that's something you need to realize as well. This is pretty specific, otherwise you will have to fight more of them.
Yeah, it's kind of RNG as to how they move. If you get lucky, you can avoid most of them.
This has a 25% chance of insta-killing your character.
Which is really bad.
Really bad.
These guys are just a pain. But luckily they missed both times, so we're good. Oh, what?
Poison doesn't give you any IP, sadly.
Yeah, unfortunately, like, Guide doesn't have enough IP to be worth it for this dungeon.
Yeah.
Ideally, you'd actually have Guy on a lot of IP, but he'd need to be almost full in order for it to be viable at this point. So he's not going to be having enough.
That's crit, though. Not like it mattered, but nice crit.
Sure, I'll take it.
Yeah, why not?
So yeah, only 2 enemies in that room is actually good. Average is 3 to 4, I think, so...
I'm pretty sure these vampires, if you would walk into them, they attack twice and they're really fast. So that just eats away your time.
Okay, last enemies we need to go through.
Yeah, basically every enemy in this dungeon is just annoying.
Yeah, so yeah, we're done though.
Yeah,
we got through.
Thankfully.
And we get to the ruby icon. It turns out James was the one to have stolen the icon. And we introduce ourselves, you know, with some fantastic names Guy came up with. And, well, we're just gonna get into a battle with a couple of soldiers from the Graz Empire. The Graz Empire, by the way, being an empire that kind of wants to just take over the world. They're a very militaristic empire that, you know, they're kind of the bad guys. Well, not yet, but they are kind of the bad guys of Lufia 4, so... So yeah, we use Immobilize with the hopes of paralyzing most of these guys. We paralyzed 2 of them.
Yeah.
That's good enough. Okay, there's still one.
Look at that left guy. He's triggered.
He is hella triggered.
We
right
have
there,
a GIF floating around of a dragon in that motion, that horizontal motion.
It's
we call that being triggered. It's just a little joke in the community.
But yeah, that was those were the soldiers. Well, you know, the Graz prince decides to escape, but he locks the door behind him, so we can take James with us, and we'll let the king decide his fate.
The news. Oh, damn it. The game isn't that violent, sadly.
So, you know, the 2 countries make peace once again. And, you know, we get a default heal here, which is kind of nice.
But what do they do with him? Do they just throw him into the cell? And
I don't know. They never actually tell, I don't think. But yeah, Selen mentions that she feels somewhat uneasy because of everything that happened, but the peace should last, no problem. The princess tries to give back the ruby icon, but the prince tells her, "You know that that's not what I'm here for. You know that that's not what I want." And you know, well, let's just say, well, let's just leave the two for what it is, at least for now.
Yeah, if only the parents would be nice now, you know.
Yeah.
And an everlasting peace.
So I'm gonna quickly go into Forfeit Island. It's kind of the casino island of the game. We're just gonna set a war point there.
Yep.
And into Aurelio. Now we're here for two things. One thing that I need to do story-wise, one thing that I'm just gonna do because it's kinda, I feel like it kinda should be in the 100% requirement. And let's get this last key item, the VIP card. It's the only skippable key item that in the game.
The only thing it does is it unlocks an extra room in a casino where you can play high-stakes poker, for example.
Yep. Doesn't do anything useful, but you
Yes,
know.
there is poker in this game.
So we get to Aurelio. I'm gonna first and foremost buy a spell here. We're gonna get the next heal spell in the game, Champion. I'm just gonna buy it for Selen because she's really the only one that I need to buy it for. And we're gonna meet up with a soldier over here. This is Hans. And he's been asked by a prince to look for a stone, a jewel that was on top of a nearby tower. We also hear of a man that apparently landed on top of the tower. He's supposedly really strong, really powerful guy that landed there. We figure it might be one of the remaining Sinistrals, but Hans is gonna go check it out because, you know, the prince asked for it, and apparently it would make the princess happy. And he will do anything to make the princess happy. So, you know, considering it might have been a Sinistral there, we're just gonna go after him because that could potentially be very dangerous otherwise. Sinistrals are no joke, as we've learned with Gades. Then again, we one-shot Gades, so I guess they might also be somewhat of a joke. I don't know. I'll leave that for these guys to determine. So we're just gonna open up the wall there. There is a door, but it would lead to a dead end. You actually have to take that wall. Push the pillar, and we're gonna hookshot across. Now this tower is kind of divided in two sections. You can go either way here, but we need to go to the right side first because that's where the key is at. So these guys are the same looking enemies, but they are actually even worse. There's 3 of them in this tower. They are, in terms of their movement, the same, but they are a lot more deadly.
Yep, they attack twice, and they have an AoE attack that deals massive amounts of damage. It is really bad.
Okay, I kind of messed this one up, but whatever, we got it.
You can actually salvage it like that.
Yeah.
Nice.
That puzzle is always salvageable, even if you don't get it first try.
It's almost the same like the plant puzzle earlier, but that one wasn't salvageable.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So yeah, we just escape out here because that's still faster than backtracking through the dungeon. That's kind of what makes this dungeon a lot more fun than the previous one. This dungeon itself isn't still not that interesting. This is kind of like the middle of the run where you've got a couple less interesting dungeons. But because you can just escape out like that and just do the second half this way, you still have some pretty interesting strats as to how you can approach this place. This puzzle is kind of interesting. We'll get back to this puzzle later to actually pick up the 2 chests.
It is a fun puzzle. It is really hard to figure it out the first time if you want these treasures.
I do not trust that samurai.
That samurai is really random. He basically wants to grab you when you least expect it. Gatekeeper, please.
They always do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a slightly higher chance to move towards you than to move away from you, but
Yeah.
their movement is still random, so it makes them a little hard to manipulate. So yeah, Hans on top of this tower was not able to move, and we meet up with Eamon, the Master of Chaos and the second of the Sinistrals. Guy decides to attack, but, well, he is significantly more powerful. So, well, I mean, Eamon is gone now, so we'll see if we can find that gem that he was looking for. And he finds this little green petal. And, well, I guess that has to be the one then. So just escape out of this place. We're gonna warp back to the Faerham Kingdom. And we'll see how things play out here.
Too lazy to walk. Gotta be fast.
So it turns out that the prince does not quite accept this as the gem that he was supposed to find. Luckily, the butler was really smart and he got a massive sapphire, beautiful sapphire along. And he's going to try to sell that as the gem from the tower. And she's like, yeah, this is nothing like the gem that I was looking for. She asked Hans whether he went to the tower, and Hans gives her the little stone. That was the one. The princess tells her, you know, I've grown used to waiting, but please don't make me wait any longer. And, you know, she's just gonna walk off. Hans not feeling worthy yet, but it's kind of a sad story between the two, I guess. But as we see the two of them walk out, we see this messenger run in, and apparently somebody destroyed the neighboring village of Agorio. So let's go over to Agorio, see what happened. I should mention, by the way, in about 3 dungeons, I'm going to be closing off the incentive for the glitched dragon egg hunt. It's going to be like another 30-ish minutes total, especially with the first couple of hunts, but that is going to be closed off somewhat soon, so, you know, figure I should mention that real quick. That being said, we're going to go into Agorio, and it turns out everybody is dead. We do meet up with Iris, and she tells us that, you know, she was too late and she couldn't do anything.
Yep.
She also tells us it's time for us to discard our sword. Eamon is too powerful for us, and we can't take him on. We tell her, you know, that's not an option, not after everything he's done. So she tells us of the legend of the Dual Blade, a sword that supposedly could amplify the energy waves of of whomever wields it. And well, maybe if we have that, we may have a shot at it. So we help everybody be buried here, and
Also, the one religious symbol in this entire game, because Nintendo didn't like religious symbols, but they missed this one. It's kind of interesting, just nice trivia.
so Maxim asks Iris if she will ever show him who she really is, because he knows that something's up. We, however, we're just going to warp back to Faerham, and we're going to make our way south towards the next little village, which is over here.
An update on the Egg Dragon Quick Kill and Glitch Dragon Egg set for this run. The Glitch Dragon Egg set is sitting at about 10% of the way there, and if somebody wants to snipe the Egg Dragon Quick Kill with a €75 donation, the option is still open, I believe.
So I bought a few terror balls. Those are going to be used for one of the fights coming up. I'm going to buy a few more regains just for safety, and we're going to go into the Crrool laboratory. This is another professor that we're going to meet here. And, well, he tells us, you know, Lex is apparently still alive. Good friend. This is a good friend, Alexis. And well, they start to discuss, you know, the option of upgrading our ship into a submarine, because apparently he was working on that. And, you know, that could be useful. Apparently Eamon jumped into the sea somewhere, so maybe that way we can chase him. As we try to get the plans, though, this little elven girl shows up, and she's, well, she's going to steal the plans. That's kind of bad. So, you know, we are going to have to go look for those plans. Now, I have been notorious for having really, really bad luck on this next boss fight in marathons. And even though this next boss is virtually impossible to kill me, like, it hardly ever happens. But with the luck that I've had in past marathons, I feel like a safety save might be in order. I did this this game during the SNES marathon as well, and I missed like, it's a 50% that you need to hit 4 times. I missed 21 times.
Yep.
It is the most we have ever. Like, I even bought a few more just for safety, because usually 21 terror balls is more than enough. Which I actually ended up needing, and it has, like,
This fight is horrible.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen it that bad. I think somebody did the math. It was something like a 1 in, like, 20,000 or something to go that poorly. But it's happened, so, you know, I'll take the safety save for, you know, hopefully not having to deal with that this run.
Yeah, the puzzle in this place is pretty interesting, actually. The way the horse is facing, if you would stand horizontally of him, as you could see right now, it would push you backwards. So this is actually a really, really difficult puzzle if you would do this casually. And even when you don't do it casually.
So we get ourselves the aqua sword here. It's the only chest in this place. I'm gonna quickly remove a few things. We'll keep.
Yeah, basically one misstep with these pillars and you need to reset the room. There's no there's just no recovery, basically.
So we meet up with this girl, and well, she gets attacked by some gargoyles, and this is where the fight is going to begin. So we're going to throw some terror balls. Each terror ball has a 50% chance to hit, and it's an instant kill if they hit. I need to hit 4 times, but as I mentioned, let's see how many times we're going to miss. That's 1, 2.
2. Good start.
I told you, I've had fantastic luck on this fight before.
0-3.
Okay, we had
1 out of 4. Okay.
1 out of 4 on turn 1. See, this is just how this fight always goes for me. I don't know why, but I have always had terrible luck here.
Should have given the controller to me.
That's 4 misses. It's 50%. I swear it is.
Yep, it is.
Okay, there's 2 hits. So far, 4 on 2. Okay, we're okay. This is not the worst, I guess. On average, you would like to have killed them by now, but if the next one hits, then it's exactly the 50%. Okay.
Nope.
Still worse than average luck.
Yep. 3-6. Oh wow. 3-7.
Oh, what? That was my D-pad acting up. That has happened before, but I guess. That's fine. Luckily, this wasn't the worst turn for that. Yeah, okay, so 7 misses, 4 hits.
That is, yeah.
That's, yeah, that says enough about my life. That wasn't terrible. I've had it much worse. Like I said, in the SNES marathon, I had 21 misses.
It is bad, but for you, it's good.
For me, this is acceptable enough, I guess. So we meet up with with Artea, and we get to hear why she stole the plans. Apparently, the lab was draining a lot, or was leaking a lot of ooze, and because of that, there's no flower that blooms in the city. Lexus promises her that he is going to fix that issue, and that he invites her to come over to pick flowers if the entire city is filled with them. We also hear of apparently Karen being kidnapped by some very powerful being. Karen being Milka's and Artea's mother. So she's kind of an important character. Milka, by the way, the girl that stole the plans, actually shows up in Lufia 1 and 3 as well, and actually becomes a playable character in Lufia 3. Quick little side note on that there. But yeah, Artie decides to join our party. I'm going to remove all of his equipment because we're going to sell that real soon. In general, we're going to be selling a bunch of stuff soon. But first I'm going to sell this. I'm going to buy an evening gown for selling. And this is where I'm going to start selling a bunch of stuff because my inventory is getting way too full here. If I wouldn't do this, it would completely fill up pretty soon.
Riptaker Blade.
Aqua Whip. Figoru, Coat, Cloth. I need the Tough Hide still. Iron Nail, Tight Dress. So yeah, this is basically like I need to sell stuff at some point because my inventory will otherwise fill up in this category. You don't see it happen a lot generally, but this is one of those categories where that is a thing.
Yeah.
The headband and hairband. There's not a lot of helmets I should be selling. Blue berets is fine. Ear jewel. Mystery ring. Cancer rock, snake rock, flame jewel. And the magic bikini. There we go. That should clean up the inventory at least a little bit. The reason I want to have it cleaned up by now is we're about to start our cleanup to get every single chest we've missed at the start of the game. There's one more dungeon that we're going to do, and then we're going to start cleaning up. As I do the last bit of the cleanup, or like the third round basically, that's when we're going to be closing off the dragon egg incentive.
Yeah, these blue lizards are horrible as well. They're really random as well.
I already did that wrong. I need to go up there. So yeah, we've got a hookshot puzzle here with a couple treasures that we want to grab as we go along. This is the site you normally never visit because there's only one chest here and it's not a useful one. But for 98% and 100% you do need to go there. So we go here real quick. We get ourselves a revive armor. Not in any way useful, but, you know, we might as well grab it while we're here.
I always like this dungeon, though.
Yeah, this dungeon is pretty fun. It's got a couple of really fun puzzles to do. We've got the hookshot puzzle over here, which we'll be going through a few times. We've got a really interesting music puzzle later on, which I personally really like.
Yeah.
And this has probably got the most well-hidden item in the game. And I really love how they designed the location of that item. There is, that being said, there is a theoretical soft lock in this dungeon that I discovered last time I did 98%. I didn't soft lock, but if you do a reset on exactly the wrong position in this dungeon and you're completely out of MP and you do not have escapes, you would soft lock.
Okay, that's not the case now.
No. We will not soft lock here, and I've never soft locked here before, but theoretically there is a soft lock in this dungeon.
Interesting.
I'll point it out when we get there. So yeah, the rocket ring is actually one we also get in the normal no major glitches run. It's one of the items that helps boost our agility a little bit. It's pretty useful. Now that we have all of the little items that we wanted to get, we can actually go for the end of the dungeon. So we fall down here.
Yeah, this puzzle looks really good when done properly and fast. It's really cool.
Red plant trolling me a little bit.
Yep. Red plant is pretty random as well, unless he can follow somebody.
So this is probably, design-wise, one of my favorite rooms. How all of these torches just light up as you pass them.
That's pretty cool.
There's 2 dungeons that have that. There's this one and the next one. Although the next one we're not going to be visiting for quite some time still.
These golems you don't want to fight.
So it does here as well, and then once the last one has lit up, the door, or the gate opens up. It's, like I said, I really like how they designed that. So there's a hidden path here, and there's a music puzzle behind it. Wait, what? Oh, it's this way around. Whoops. So, and then interestingly enough, so I get the dragon egg here. That's first and foremost. That's the one we're here for the most. But there's actually a hidden door there. If you reset in this room, the puzzle in the room before it will reset as well, and you'll be locked in. So you have to escape out. Now, if you don't have MP and no escapes and no way to heal MP, you would theoretically soft lock there. I don't think it's ever happened, but theoretically it's possible.
To anyone.
But yeah, as we hit the end of the dungeon, we see Eamon talking to Karen, and Karen let herself be taken, because at least here she can use her power to the fullest. Because behind that door there is an altar where if you stand on it, it will increase your abilities. And you know, an even more powerful Eamon is a really, really bad idea. But Karen, sacrificing her life, decides to fight back and banishes Eamon from this tower.
Firebird.
Firebird. Yeah.
Firebird.
That's the same sound as the spell Firebird. But yeah, in the process, Karen sacrifices her life. I should mention real quick, that gives a bit of an idea as to how Artea would feel right now. That is Artea's mother. So, you know, he just saw his mother die in front of his eyes. He is going to join our party, and he is going to fight along with us to stop this evil once and for all. We, of course, can take this ability upgrade, quite useful for us, and we're just going to escape out.
Yeah, it increases all the stats you have by like 5% or 10% or something.
Yeah, it's not a massive upgrade, but it's
nice.
It's still a nice ability upgrade. I'm gonna take the inn here because I'll be using a lot of magic coming soon, because we're gonna start up our cleanup segment. Because in just a little bit we'll be getting the submarine. Now, one of the side quests we need to do for the 98% requirement is that we're gonna collect every single dragon egg that is not from the glitched set. Which means we need to collect 32 in total. We've already found 6 at this point. There's 2 more that we're going to be grabbing real quick, and then we're going to deliver those to the Egg Dragon, which is the super boss of this game. So yeah, we're going to just... I'm going to first make a stop in Merrick's. That's where the first one is. The first of the 2 that remain. And then we're going to go back to the starting town, because it's actually... the last one is actually in the first dungeon of the game. Yeah, this guy thanks us, and as a thank you, we get the treasure from this girl, which is another dragon egg. That makes 7. Also, I would almost forget this, but I should probably do this now. We need to get one more item, the sonar.
Yep.
This is the item that is actually going to make hunting down the eggs pretty quick. So enjoy the casino music, because this is literally the only time you'll hear it. I am 5,000 gold short.
Wow.
That is a shame. I am 5,000 gold short right now. That is so sad. Please tell me I can sell. Yeah, okay, I can sell stuff here. Let's see. I can sell the stone helmet and the revive armor. There we go. Now I have enough money. I thought I had sold enough, but apparently I didn't. I was close though.
Well, we hear it again.
Yeah, I guess you'll get to hear it a second time after all.
Oh, I love this. I love this track. I love it.
Wait, it's 20. Why do I? Okay, I am blind apparently.
It's still.
Don't mind me.
It's still early.
Yeah, I guess it must be the time of day. Don't mind me. I guess I'm short even more. That means I still
7
need
in the morning. Yeah, it's pretty early.
I guess we'll sell the Gades blade. That's a start. Aqua sword.
It hurts.
Holy whip. There we go. Now we have enough. Hopefully. No, I'm not sure. Let's just hope it's good now. I really do need that
Hey,
item.
amazing music again.
For the third time. Let's go. There we go. Okay, we
Good.
got it. So I'm going to put that to the front. Basically, what that item does is if I use it, it gives a ping for every single item that's still remaining in the dungeon. Now, I know exactly how many items there should still be in each dungeon. So, you know, from there, I can go back and determine how many there therefore must have been added due to the dragon eggs. And that gives me an idea of whether I need to look further or can just skip the dungeon in general. First and foremost, though, we have not gotten a single chest in this dungeon, so it's high time we did. This is because if we were RNG manipulating at the start of the dungeon, or at the start of the game, we could not actually get this earlier. So let's go grab some stuff.
Life potion increases your maximum health by like 5. Completely unnecessary right now.
Well, you'll see.
No? You still use it?
We actually use the potions, yes, but we're gonna get like 20 more of them.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 2. 2 enough.
Basically,
I
we're
forgot about
gonna get not 1 but like 20 of those, and at that point it becomes a lot of additional health,
Yeah.
which we actually do need.
Antidote, very useful.
I mean, I was 1 short
Yeah.
earlier, right?
Should have picked it up. I mean, who cares about the minute? Yeah, that's not a great idea.
So this was the one chest we couldn't access before having gotten the hook shot. This is where the last of the dragon eggs is. Now, I'm not completely done yet. There is a few more items that I quickly want to get. So even though Artie has no equipment at all right now, he still deals a decent amount of damage here.
Flash or something.
Yeah. So we get the power potion over here for extra strength. Get the bridge back one more time, because there is another hidden hallway right here. And that cleans up this dungeon. So now that we have all of the dragon eggs, it's time for us to escape out. And, well, we're going to deliver the dragon eggs to the egg dragon. Now, I'm not going to actually fight the egg dragon anytime soon. But we will be meeting up with him a few times.
Yeah, diving underwater because you can't get any attacks there.
Yeah,
There are like no enemies.
there's no enemies here, so I won't have to flash my menu and whatnot. I'm first going to go into the town here, Pico, set up the warp point. I'm also going to save here, because I have theorized before that there is technically an open chest in the ancient cave. If the egg would spawn there,
Oh yeah.
I'd have to reload the save. I don't think it's possible. I've never seen it happen, but I've theorized it might be possible, and I don't want to have that happen in a marathon. So yeah, we grab 20 fruits. That's for later on, and he now spreads out the eggs for us to hunt once more. That is the first egg hunt completed, and 3 more to go, 4 more if the incentive gets met. So what I'm going to quickly do is I'm going to quickly go to Gruberik, confirm that it's not in there, and then we'll do the rest of the hunt. I can... Yeah, 3 is good. That's what we were hoping for. So now it's just going past the dungeons. Every single time we hear a ping, we will know that that is an item that is not yet unlocked. And from there, we can determine how many there is left. There's actually 2 dragon eggs in the very first dungeon as it is. So let's go find them. So yeah, this is just your average treasure hunt, you know. If you've ever had those things as a kid where, you know, you had to look for stuff that was hidden somewhere, and, you know, you'd have no idea where it is, and, you know, the excitement of that treasure hunt, that's what this is, basically. There's the first one. Let's go. Really good position for the first one.
Yeah, one of the easier ones. I think the other one is where the hide armor, whatever it was called.
It might be.
It's there.
It's completely random, so we'll see.
If I had to make a guess...
It's not the first one I'm going to check, though. I'm going to check its natural spawn point first, because it's faster to get there. Oh, whoops. Okay, that's on me. Doesn't matter. They don't do any damage. It's just a minor time loss. Hello, moth.
Pure RNG, the moths.
Yeah, the moths move randomly. Okay, it's not in that one. That leaves 4 potential chests. The hide armor chest you guessed on, what is one of those?
Yep.
Oh, whoops. I am... It's clearly... It's like 7 a.m. in the morning, and I am clearly not very awake here. That's alright, though. Like I said, this is not something where I can actually lose a lot.
Do you want another drink?
I still have.
Okay,
I still got something.
Can one of you guys... Flesh.
It's not the power potion chest. Leaves 3 options. It is the hide armor chest. Yeah, you got this one, Mitch. You got this one. So yeah, with that, we're just going to escape out, and we're just make the warp to the next one. Now, the next dungeon is actually supposed to have a few items still.
Feed.
4 is good. That's what it's supposed to be. Because we missed the chest at the start, so that's the 4th one.
Thanks, dude.
Okay, nothing in here. That's 2. There's supposed to be 2. This one we actually are going to grab something beforehand, because it just makes things a little bit easier. Because there is 1 item down here that we couldn't get earlier, because we need the hammer. So we might as well grab this, and then we'll check. Four. That means there is something. There's supposed to be 3 here. One more. So let's see where this one's going to be hidden. There's a few positions, but generally this dungeon is a pretty quick one to check. So I don't mind it too much if it's here. Plus, 3 eggs already is just in general not bad. There we go. Early chest as well.
Nice.
Good position. Okay, now I could warp to Tanbel, but I'm instead going to go to Clemento because I can just walk down here into the tower. It's a little bit faster. Okay, nothing in here.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. That tower can be, like, somewhat long. So we'll go up here to check the Ruby Cave. Okay, there's the 4th egg is in here then. That's half of the eggs already, and so far we've only had them in good positions.
Yep.
Like, the height armor one is not a great position, but it's good enough. Okay, so basic idea for this one is we're going to check 2 places first. We're going to check the key chest, and we're going to check the one just below the stairs here. If it's neither of those 2, I know where it is. Okay, so it's not that one.
Come on, Skelly.
Ah, it's the key chest. That's a really solid position as well. So on to the next one, and let's see if we find anything here. Ah, that's a shame. I kind of like that dungeon. Now, it can actually be in the fastest chest of them all, which is right here in the castle. Unfortunately, it's not. That one chest that used to have the Holy Wings can have it. Okay, not in here either. So yeah, this is just pure RNG as to where it shows up. That's 6.
6, yeah.
It's supposed to be 5, so that means there's one here. Now, ideally, it'd be in the muscle ring chest, which is up here. Otherwise, it's either in the hookshot chest or the key chest. Okay, hookshot or key it is. In that case, the hookshot chest is the faster one of the 2. The gatekeeper actually cooperating this time. That's kind of nice.
Yeah. That's the first.
Yeah, he has a tendency of not cooperating, so when he actually does, it's kind of helpful. Okay, let's see if we find it in the hookshot chest over here. Nope, it's the key chest. That's unfortunate. That's the worst possible location. This tower, even though it's in the worst location, is still not that bad, honestly. There's a lot of places that are significantly worse. So all in all, actually I don't have to do that. I can just go to the elevator.
Yeah. You don't have to save.
Kind of just muscle memory to go that way. But yeah, I'd still rather have it in this one than, for example, the tower where we fought Gades 2.
Yeah.
That one's one of the worst possible ones. That one and Dunkirk are the 2 that can be the most painful.
Same as just now.
So yeah, it's through this door. That'll be egg number 5.
Yep.
So this next dungeon is kind of a fun one if it's in here. It's also kind of a weird one if it's in here. Okay, it's not. It is the only dungeon that it can show up in that you cannot escape out of. So you have to walk out manually. It's really short though, so it doesn't matter. Three is good. Okay, now for the one where we really want to only hear 3 pings. Good.
Nice. Pretty decent so far.
Interestingly enough, to go for the tree one, it's actually fastest to go from Gruberik, because that's right next to each other. So we'll go from there. One is correct. Okay, that means there's only a few places left that we have to check. I'm gonna try to go for the somewhat bigger ones first. Because we still have to find 3 eggs. Okay, there's one in here actually. Let's... Okay. So yeah, let's first check this one. It's not in there. It's not in there either. Okay, see, that limits the options quite a bit. So that means it's either going to be in the key chest, which would be actually kind of good, or it's going to be far into the dungeon, which is still fine because this dungeon is short. Okay, it's in the key dungeon. Or a key chest, I mean. It's in the, okay, let's check this one. There's only one chest in here. So, yeah, I figured it wasn't there. Let's see. We still got Narcissus to check. Tower of Sacrifice. It's fairly likely we'll have another one in Dunkirk, because there's 2 more left, and that is generally a big place for them. Or there's one in the Tower of Sacrifice. Okay, that's fine. I don't mind that much. This place generally has, this place really only has 2 chests that it can be in, so makes it pretty easy to check. So we'll go up here. We'll pretty much know immediately which chest it is. Because I could go down, but I can just check it. Yeah, okay, it's the ice ring one. Okay, that's 7. I'll check Flower Mountain next. Triadol. Now that is the last bit of magic for Selen. Ah, nice. Okay, so the first one not being in Dunkirk is really good. This was a really good first set. There's still a few trolley chests in this place, but generally this place isn't all that bad. There's a lot of items you can check very, very quickly as well, so that helps. Push that back on. And it's time to do a quick little spike puzzle again. There's 3 chests behind here, so chances are it's going to be in either one of those 3. Yep. Oh, there we go. That's number 8. So yeah, gonna quickly warp back to Pico. Go into town, we'll heal, we'll save up, and we'll deliver the eggs, and that would finish up the second hunt. Now, I will mention again, as I end the 3rd hunt, that's where we're gonna cut off the incentive. Because after the last hunt is also one where we do a massive cleanup, so by that point it needs to be closed. So you've got about 10, maybe 15 more minutes left to donate for that. So we get the egg dragon hunt, the 5th egg hunt, or dragon egg hunt, or whatever it's called. Okay, confirm that that doesn't have anything. Okay, that's correct. That's only 1. So back to Saint-Latan. 4, still good. Two more in the first dungeon again. Nice. Okay, well, here we go. They're at least a little bit further into the dungeon then. Ooh, okay, there we go. Let's check its vanilla chest again. See what happens there. And it's in the vanilla chest. Okay, really good locations on these first 2. Okay, nothing in there. Yeah, 3 is good. Clemento.
How far are we in?
3rd hunt.
Oh, nice.
Had a really good 2nd hunt just now. So this is the last regular hunt, and then assuming the donation incentive doesn't get met, we'll start the cleanup after this.
Sweet.
Okay, not there either. Only 2 so far. Still can't get to do the lighthouse, unfortunately, which is really sad, because, like, starting next one, it won't actually be a fast one anymore. This is beautiful, though. The fastest chest of them all. right in the back here.
You don't want to have that one on the last cycle.
This one's fine.
Yeah.
It's regardless, it's a very fast chest, so.
Yeah, but you know, being the last one that we would skip.
Oh yeah, this is not one you should ever skip.
No.
I've seen it in there way too often.
Yep.
Okay, so one more in here.
I think it's where you fall down. Which ring is that? Which ring? No, it's not which ring.
I was about to say, the witch ring is Alloons.
Yeah, that's mystery ring. I think that's what it's called.
Either mind or ghost ring, I think.
Oh,
Or no, mind or undead. Ghost ring hasn't. I haven't found the ghost ring yet.
yeah, so it's the one I was thinking of. Yeah.
Okay, so it's actually a little bit further into the dungeon. That's not a big deal though. Again, this is a short dungeon because they're all really quick to check. Like the same with the ford down there, like you can see instantly whether there is something in there or not. Ah, there we go. The Batrock one. I'll take it. That's 4.
I think I could have been thinking about an entire different. Yeah, I was thinking about an entire different one. Never mind. My brain is kind of mush at the moment.
Okay, 5. That one can be a little hard to hear sometimes.
None.
That's fine though, as long as it's not in the tower to the right here. That's the only one I really don't like in this area.
3.
Well, let's see what it has. Good. 3 is good. Okay, so that cleans up the entire eastern continent. Two even, so that would put us to 6 already. This is definitely not a bad dungeon to have 2 of them.
Not too far apart from each other either. So.
Nah, exactly. These are all pretty easy chests to grab. Oh, whoops. Okay, those 2 are empty. So then there's still the key chest and a few further into the dungeon. I'll still check the key chest first, I think. Because that one's too long to backtrack for. Good thing I did.
Yep. And considering you can jump off the platform, sadly.
Yeah, there's only a few spots where you can.
Yeah.
Let's see, Rocket Ring was not in there, so... Let's go this way.
Wow, good plant.
And then the Ice Dragon is being a pain. Oh well.
Typical.
It's either one or the other, right?
Yeah.
Well, there's only 2 chests left, and they're basically back to back, so either is fine. Come on.
I kind of like the music you're making. Do-do-do.
Shows you enough of my musical talent right there.
I'm easily entertained.
So we're just gonna escape out.
We got in a 20 euro donation from the role-playing guy who says, Lufia hype! Couldn't be here yesterday, but now I'm here and I came at the right time. Let's get this party started.
Thank you.
Let's see. Next up, we'll check Flower Mountain next. Basically, gotta go through the big parts first. The dungeons that might potentially have the other 2. Well, not both of them, but at least it'll have one. It has one of them. Let's see if it's in the perfect chest. It's in the perfect chest.
Wow, perfect.
That is fantastic. That is such a fast chest to go for. I'll check Dunkirk first because it's likely to be there.
Yeah.
It's just too many chests left there. I'll be happy if it's not Dunkirk though. If it's 2 hunts without having to go there, that would be really solid. So we're about to close off the... Yeah, it's in here. So yeah, as soon as I grab the chest here, you're welcome to close off the donation incentive. Which I think is still pretty far from being met at this point, so... It's not in a fast chest, unfortunately.
I need to go do all these bridges again. Yep.
Yep, we're gonna have to go through this entire thing again.
Fun. Did we mention we don't like this dungeon? I believe we did.
I think we have, yeah.
Well,
I could still be in the Fury Ribbon chest. That one isn't terrible. If it's in the Fury Ribbon chest, I'll be happy. That's like the least bad one left. It's like those 2 right there or the Fury Ribbon chest are all like, okay, well, whatever, you know? Everything else is kind of no. I need to stun him first.
You can't hammer this one.
Nope. Hammer doesn't work there.
Consistencies. Gotta love it.
Well, you have to bomb the wall 3 times instead of the usual one, so it's a lot less broken than the other ones.
I guess. The last stick, would that have been hammered at all?
I don't know if the last phase can be broken. It might be.
Well, you don't want to, but you know. Just a theory.
It might be. It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't, time-wise, it wouldn't make much of a difference though, because you'd have to switch tools. And you need to switch to the arrows or hookshot for that anyway. Ah, it's not Fury Ribbon chest. Okay, key chest is still is like somewhat okay, although I really don't like key chest either. But from now, it's really like there's not any good positions left. Okay, it's actually pretty deep into this dungeon.
Great.
I mean, we got lucky. I did not have to go through Dunkirk on the first hunt. The second hunt, they were... second hunt, pretty much all of the ones that I had to get were fast, except for this one.
Yeah. Can't complain.
It just sucks, I know.
Just for the sake of complaining, you know. You're still Dutch.
That is true. We're good at complaining, I suppose. Oh well. We'll have to sit this one out.
Yeah.
As long as I don't have to visit this dungeon 4 times, it's good enough, right?
Yeah.
And the thing with this dungeon especially is like you can
All these enemies, man.
yeah, but you can be like, you know, there are a few items that you could theoretically skip and do them during the cleanup, but everything that is important is late in this dungeon, so... Okay, so at least I know that it's down here. Luckily, like, the other part of this dungeon doesn't have to be done, because this is where the last of the chests are. So even then, it's not that bad, I guess. Okay, so yeah, we're closing off the donation incentive for the glitched egg hunt now. And am I correct in assuming it has not been met? Okay, that's fine.
Could you give us a head up on the capsule monster and the other donation incentives?
The capsule monster right now, Darby is winning with 15 euros and 1 cent, but Zeppy, or aka Buttfish, is hot in its tail with 12 euros and 9 cents.
Sounds like Disco Wolf. For now, at least.
Sounds like Krieg went for Darby after all.
I think Dragon as well.
Yeah, maybe. That means no Buttfish, though. I might need somebody to quickly donate for Buttfish.
No votes for Angel Butt yet.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Flash is just not gonna happen. Except it may be, but you know.
I put mine to the crystal, obviously.
Yeah, the walk on the crystal is a good choice. I agree. Okay, I'll risk it. I'll assume it's gonna be in one of these chests instead of in the vanilla chest. Don't know why. Let's just go for this for a change of pace. Okay, not in that. Let's check down here. Of course, the spider had to be mean. I was afraid he would be. It's the vanilla chest.
Wow.
Of course. It was a 20%.
Yeah.
I guessed wrong. That's okay. From here on, it's not even that bad to get back there, honestly, because you can just take the shortcut here. It's just that now I didn't have to fight those 2 monsters just now.
Yeah, you're not lucky with your percentages today. That's for sure.
Yeah, the RNG has been somewhat unfavorable, but
gargoyles. Now with 80%.
Okay, so this one is going to be just a cleanup. This one's kind of known to usually just be a cleanup. But basically, since there are still chests that we haven't yet gotten, this is where we will be getting all of those. There's 4 chests remaining, one that I skipped at the start, and then some other, and then the 3 that I would normally still have to grab. So the first one's over here. This one we usually get a bit earlier, but I forgot it. And, you know, this is a fine place to get it as well. Ah, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, this one. Fun.
Yeah, so one of the reasons that we skipped these chests earlier on is you might notice that entire line of monsters there. Yeah, we need to actually kill that. Now, had I gotten this chest earlier, chances would have been that that I had to kill this line of monsters not once, but multiple times, upwards of 4 times.
This is just
That's
pretty boring.
That's just awful. And plus, I mean, now having
Igor.
Flash, it's pretty quick. You know, we're a high enough level that this is pretty easy.
Was hoping for the 2% there. Well, slightly over 2%.
Well, I mean, there are still a few more eagles I need to fight. I believe there's 1 more in this line, and then there's 1 more later. Or 2 more even in this line, and then 1 more later for the insect crush. I should note, by the way, in the non-manipulated run, like fully non-manipulated, you would actually have to grab this chest right at the start of the game, because this is the chest that you would need in order to outspeed the catfish. So in a non-manipulated run, you actually have to go there regardless, and that's part of the reason why non-manipulated is so much slower than manipulated.
Yeah. It's pretty awful.
Okay, there's 1 more chest I need to grab, and this is actually a puzzle we need to do. Let's see, we'll go in here. This is one of the first puzzles in the game, and it's really not a difficult one, but it's kind of a fun one to do. So we kill these 3 enemies. Beetle, Eagle. I need to really remember which order I killed them here. That's going to be important. Beetle, Eagle, Turtle. And that opens up the door to the right here. So you need to hit them either with an arrow or the hook shot in the order that you got it, or that you beat them, and then you can open up the path towards the insect crush. Okay, that's that dungeon cleaned out. Let's go for the next one. Now this is one where I'm hoping for dragon eggs, because I have to go in here anyway. There is not. Still fine, because we, like I said, we have to go here anyway, so it's whatever.
He's still standing there.
These guys have not moved at all.
He's standing there for like 3.5 hours.
Yeah,
No problem.
crazy guys just standing there doing nothing for 3.5 hours.
Well, as long as you get paid, yeah.
So we get the water jewel, which we had to skip earlier, and then there's 1 more that I didn't get it because I wanted that to not be a dragon egg, because we need to kill an enemy for it as well. This one's pretty far into the dungeon.
Yep.
Yeah,
Centopass.
he can troll sometimes.
I don't like Centopass.
Centopass can be annoying.
4 of them, poison. Nah.
Okay, let's do color block again. Not as smooth as earlier, but still pretty smooth. No major mistakes or anything. See, and now for that one chest that I didn't grab.
Oh yeah, the pony one. Yeah.
Basically, I need to kill this enemy, and that will allow me to get this item up here. The light knife. That cleans up this dungeon. And on to the next one. So with that out of the way, we're going to move over to the other dungeon around the loons. There's at least 3 more items in there. Hopefully we'll find some dragon eggs in here as well. There is one.
Machine. Well, not that one, sadly.
No, but it doesn't matter too much. Most of them we can check pretty quickly because they're kind of in the path that we would have to take anyway. So this is a pretty interesting little puzzle. There's a few enemies here that can be a bit of a pain, but basically there's these 2 pots, but there's 3 buttons. So, you know, it's kind of interesting as that, you know, how the hell are you going to keep 3 of them down then? And they actually thought of a really clever way to do that. You could use enemies for it, which works, but there's just a 3rd pot behind the pillar there.
Which is what I always used to do as a kid.
I never found that. I used monsters for it.
Yeah, exactly. I had no idea the pot was there until, I don't know, I saw it in the run.
Right, that one has to be on there. So that's the first one, the horse rock. Don't know why that specific tile opens up the stairs, but apparently it does.
It has a little circle on it, doesn't it?
I think so. It might
yeah.
it might look very slightly different.
Yeah.
I don't even know.
I believe it has like a little circle or maybe different color or something. Yeah, you see in the wall a little... Yeah.
Yeah, this dungeon has a bunch of little
You have it here
secret
too, and then
paths.
it's not open. Like, it's just whatever the game wishes to do.
So we'll go this way. So this puzzle right now, compared to earlier, can kind of be cheesed using these fire arrows.
Yeah. Otherwise you had to do whip bombs and sword slashes. And it's quite difficult, actually.
Okay, so none of those as well. That means it's the miracle chest or key chest. I'm hoping miracle chest. That one's slightly faster still, but... First we'll get the jet helmet. This one I actually need to keep because we're gonna actually be using that in one of the fights. Oh, hello, little kobold.
Is it just for the agility that you use it?
No, it's actually for its IP attack, Sluggish, which
right.
reduces the agility of the enemy, which we're going to be using in order to be faster than the Egg Dragon, because we want to have one character faster than the Egg Dragon.
I completely forgot about Sluggish.
This is why we usually do those sword slashes.
Yeah. Would have been problematic early levels.
Early levels a little, yeah. Right now, it really doesn't matter.
They can't even touch you anymore.
Even Artie, who has no equipment, because he is literally just walking around without any equipment, still cannot actually be hit. Recovering my magic real quick. Might as well. And there we go. The literal worst possible chest, but we got ourselves another dragon egg.
Oh well.
Clemento. How many is that now? 2 or 3? It's easy. 2. Okay, got it. So we still need 6 more.
I'm not sure. It's becoming one big mush in my brain right now.
Should have gotten some sleep yesterday, Mitch.
What? I would have felt worse a lot earlier.
Okay, let's see if we can actually still do the lighthouse after all. Okay, we get to finally re-enter the lighthouse. Probably one of my favorite dungeons, for this part at least. So the first 3 chests in this place are really easy to check, because I don't actually have to solve the puzzle, but I do know now that it's in there, so now I can solve the puzzle. You can just check it from the other side. If it's not there, I can keep moving. If it is there, well, it's quick to check. It's quick to get. Right, on there. That's number 3.
Nice.
Not in there. Two even. And I'll start on this side because there's 2. There's 4 chests here, so, you know, if both of them end up on this side, I can quickly grab them. There's 1 at least. Okay, there's just the 1. That's still fine, though. It's pretty quick to grab.
Yeah, the vertical one.
Okay, there we go. Let's check the shield chest. After that, we'll head further into the dungeon if it's not in there. Okay, I was still on the hammer. I wasn't sure. Not in there.
Sneaky goblin.
Multiple sneaky goblins.
Yeah.
Not in the Batrock chest. And before it's gonna be in the treasure sword chest. I've had that happen before.
Yeah.
It's in the treasure sword chest.
Yeah. Of course. If you would put the bomb in between these 2 boxes, you would actually fall down the
Yep.
platform. It's a nice little... it's a really
Yeah.
easy puzzle, but it's a fun puzzle.
And interestingly enough, you actually have to do the left one first as well. Otherwise, you'll also fall down.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
So that makes it a little bit harder, but there's just an empty room below, and you can just get back up there, no problem.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, I learned that the hard way once in a run,
Okay.
where I bombed the right one first, thinking it wouldn't matter, then I fell down and I lost time. Well, there we go.
Like, does the platform split up, or what happens
No,
exactly?
it just goes all the way to the back as well.
Oh, okay. That's weird.
Okay, Okay, so just the 5 that we would have to grab anyway. So this is one of those dungeons where, you know, we kind of already knew that we had to go through. Actually, why am I not on hook shot?
Gatekeeper. No.
Ah,
Second time, gatekeeper.
Gatekeeper was not being nice this round. This round. Oh well. I mean, he acted as if he was going to be acting nice, but it was all a tease.
Gatekeeper likes to tease. So you wanted a good early game to your run? Not happening.
You should see that in a Gades % run, where this is the final dungeon.
Yeah.
You can just lose 30 seconds on the Gatekeeper. Well, you wanted to get a world or a PB or a world record. Yeah, that might not happen. It has happened. I have lost runs to the Gatekeeper before. Although it's a fairly rare way to lose a run.
Makes you wish you could attack him at all, but you can't reach him.
Nope.
Like just in spite. If he kills a run, just in spite you would kill him. At least I would.
Oh, definitely. Just throw a bunch of big boomers.
Yeah, exactly. I'm that kind of guy.
So that was 1. For here, we'll find number 2. Number 3 is going to be down here. These are honestly rooms you never get to see in any %. It's like these rooms are just, you don't ever go here except for in the 100% category. And then there's 2 more on the final floor. Actually, I did need to put the ladder down because I need to go where Gades was. Got the swag strat.
Oh man,
That's
so
five
much
for
swag.
5. Still got it every single time this run. That's pretty impressive.
That is really cool. Because all these tricks are frame perfect.
Yeah,
so-
they are frame perfect.
That's,
Absolutely.
That's awesome. Easy every time.
And the last 2, and that should clean up this dungeon.
So the entire week you've only been practicing the swag strats.
Of course, you know, every time I wasn't streaming, that was all just because I was practicing that strat. Just so that I could show it off.
4 hours in a row, swag strats.
Still nothing in here, so we didn't actually have to backtrack for anything there. Now the next dungeon has 3 items guaranteed. And we'll see if there is a dragon egg in here as well. Nope. Just the 3 items. Which honestly is fine, because this dungeon is really short regardless. And it would have been as long if there was anything.
Mosquito, please.
Oh, hello, mosquito.
He didn't move. Green zombies are always so annoying.
That they are.
For some reason, they really like to walk into doors and not leave doors anymore.
So there is a deadly sword, and every ancient cave runner might be like, "Oh, deadly sword, is it a good one?"
Nope.
But nope,
Nope.
it is not the good one.
There's no good one in this game.
They're basically there's two deadly swords. One has a 50% instant kill rate, one has an 80% instant kill rate. This is the 50% one. On top of that, if you uncurse it, there is one that has a really good IP attack. It deals 1/6 of the current health of the enemy.
The other one's useless.
And the other one is just useless. And this is the useless one. So in every way, this is the bad one. But you know, considering it is 98%, we'll still have to grab it. Now this room might not seem like it has anything, but there's a wall back there with a thunder axe.
That was a sick menu.
So sword slashes to get him out. And we're gonna go down here because there is still a health potion that I want to grab.
As a kid, that puzzle was so difficult.
Really, I never struggled with it as a kid.
I don't know. Like the moment you realize, hey, you can just keep walking to the right and get it every time.
Yeah,
I don't know. Before you realize that, it's really difficult.
that is a fair point. Okay, so there's just the chest on my left here. Same trick as before. Just unsolve it immediately. Get out very, very quickly.
It's pretty cool.
Now the next dungeon, this is the only time where I don't mind if there is anything in here, because we're gonna have to go through the entire thing anyway. There is not, though. Still, there is 3 items that I still have to grab.
Yep.
There is a miracle, a jewel, and something else. I don't know what the last thing is. Doesn't really matter.
Schnick.
Uh,
Just a basic attack.
no, dragon. Because he doesn't have any equipment. Maybe I should give him some equipment, actually.
Yeah.
Huh. That might be a thought. If only a weapon so that I can just go physical attacks.
I feel like
The dragon has a fairly long animation. It still makes the rest of the fight really quick, though. Because it, you know, relatively, it's still a lot of damage. There, I guess that'll do for now.
do you still have these big boomers? You sell them all.
I have like 2 or 3 left.
Oh yeah.
Like, the thing is, the big boomers run out pretty quickly at some point.
Yeah.
You buy about 20, and that's just about enough.
They're actually surprisingly tanky, these buffalo.
I mean, we didn't get a whole lot of levels since, so they still will be pretty tanky until we're actually getting in late game.
I like this one. That is.
Yeah.
It's
He
just
would move
cool
off the
little-
button if I were to move to the left, but because I never have to move left, I just don't have to worry
I like
about
this
it.
one as well. It's a cool little puzzle. Like not hard at all, but to figure it out makes you. Oh yeah. I like it.
Yeah, this place is kind of cool, honestly. There's a few puzzles that I'm like, yeah, rather not, but
I don't know. There are just so many cool puzzles in this game.
yeah, it's mostly that this dungeon mostly becomes annoying as from a speedrunning perspective due to there being several rooms where you have to kill every enemy.
Yeah.
As well as rooms with just like the room down here with, you know, it's just completely packed with stuff, and that makes it annoying.
In a ancient cave kind of setting, I like this one, since you can use the pot to block the enemies, and you know, you really need to think about the enemy movement. So literally just
Okay,
judging by
hold
that,
on.
it's a pretty cool pretty cool room, but Yeah,
That's-
speed running is awful, definitely.
Yeah, this room is,
Yeah.
and this is a room that, again, like, you only usually get the first chest, except for in 100% run or something. So it's a widely unpracticed room as well. It's not like, it's not as if I'm never here because I have done the run a few times, but you don't usually go here, making it just a little bit worse.
It's still not scripted. I mean, there's still enemies with random movement in there.
Yeah.
The shell, or snails, or whatever you wish to call them.
Yeah, absolutely.
The pumpkin teleporter is random as well.
Do I? Yeah, I've got 2 left. I'll use those 2 for the next fight. I'll just use Dragon on this. Even though it's a fairly slow animation, it'll deal a good amount of damage at least.
RT doesn't have Ice Falk at the moment, right?
He might. I don't know.
Because I think that might be stronger.
It shouldn't matter too much. Like, this goes down in 1 turn regardless, so... Either way, it's fine.
This is fire. If you happen to have that.
Yeah, but I don't want to use IP on him. Do I have my big boomers?
Yeah, there. Yeah,
I do have that.
This should already be dead with a Firebird, I think. I don't know about the frog, but I think they're all water. Yeah, cool.
And this is the last chest right here, the miracle. That cleans up this dungeon. Let's see. We've got around Gruberake next. Just to check, because I don't think there can be anything here, but... Like I said, I don't think there can be anything there, but let's just play it safe.
You don't want to be looking for half an hour and then... Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that would not be completable anymore.
No. I mean, I would do the ancient cave for you, but... we would go 2 hours over estimate, but no biggie.
Forget it first try, though. We could break the record. My route is faster than the world record route. I've just never been able to get through the cave quickly.
I would do it for you. But yeah.
Yeah,
You
let's-
submitted 98.
Yeah, I know. You didn't know you were coming over
No,
at the
true,
time
true,
either.
no.
We could have done co-op hundo, but oh well.
Oh man. It's
Come on, why do I keep messing that one up? I keep dropping an input here and there, and then that just messes up the
Yeah.
puzzle. Because this one really has tight movement. Again, it's not a major issue, mostly because like this is just a very short, very quick reset if that happens.
it's just annoying.
It's a little annoying, that's all. Okay, so we could now just take the stairs down and work our way through it, but we can also just go there. Stun the bee, gets us to the water ring, no problem. That cleans that up. Meant to go 1 town further. Okay, nothing there. I'm surprised we still need to find 3 dragon eggs. We've gotten most of the stuff cleaned up at this point. Okay, well, make that 6.
I wish you would hear this theme.
I
more.
get
Wow.
perfect. Perfect.
Second time.
The second time in the best possible chest there. That's beautiful.
You're lucky.
Now comes Dunkirk, though.
Yeah.
And we still need to find 2 more. Chances are it's going to be in here.
That would be very, very unlucky though.
Well, they're both in here. Well, at least that means I now don't have to check other dungeons for that anymore. I can just go for the dungeons that still have items. Still not a big fan of both of them being in here, but whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, they're basically gonna be in bad chests as well. It's guaranteed at this point. There's only 2 not absolutely terrible chests. And
Is anyone surprised?
at least we have all of the dragon eggs then. So, you know, for what it's worth, we'll have them all, and we'll pass every single chest here anyway. I guess that's the one kind of good thing about this place. You kind of pass every chest along the way regardless.
Yeah. I like this with the plant. Just letting the plant walk on the switch.
Yeah, it's a lovely strat. We could check your hammer strat on the last one actually here. No.
Yeah. Interesting.
So it doesn't work.
Can't wait for the world's hardest trick though. Just saying.
World's most difficult trick is gonna be fun.
Yeah. A difficult trick. Yeah.
Still a good bit before we're gonna get to the world's most difficult trick though.
Yeah.
That's gonna be in one of the last dungeons. And granted, we're pretty far into the cleanup, but it's still a few dungeons left after that. So I'm just gonna switch that because it's virtually impossible for me to not need to go there. There's 2 more chests I need to check. They both have to have the dragon egg, which is, I guess, not technically impossible, but it's pretty unlikely. Yeah, okay. Now it's impossible.
I imagine you can't hammer the ice.
Nope. You need an arrow for that. Arrow or hook shot. Okay, well, on the good side, for what it's worth, the 2 dragon eggs are basically next to each other. There's at most 1 tile in between the 2.
Yeah. Is that a good thing? Not really.
I mean, at least that's better than there only being 1 in there. Now I know that I'm at least gonna get the double reward for it. Because at this point it wouldn't have mattered anymore. I had to go there anyway.